So if you guys aren't following us on our YouTube channel, by the way, check out Lumi Wealth is the name of the YouTube channel. So if we go into here, right, youtube.com, search for Lumi Wealth. Check out Lumi Wealth is the like an echo here. But basically we're live streaming now. So if we go into Lumi Wealth, there's a live. Right, so if you guys want to check it out. Cool. All right. But yeah, so we basically do this, basically do this every single week. The purpose is really to, try to find some cool new trading strategies, right? Before we jump into it, quick disclaimer. This is for educational purposes only. This is not investment advice. Obviously, we're not guaranteeing any kind of results. You should take personal responsibility for any of the stuff that you do. And conduct your own research, right? Make sure that, if you're going to do anything from this, connect your own research and go through it in your own way, right? Okay, cool. Now that we got that out of the way, basically is how today's session works, right? So we have 5 steps that we basically go through. First thing is we have trading idea presentations, then people vote on what to build. Then there's the building of the algorithm itself, where we spend the majority of the time. Then we'll usually tweak the algorithm, or actually, I guess 3 and 4, we spend the majority of our time, and you can get and run the code on your own. If you're a member, then you can actually access all the stuff and run it yourself too. All right. So to go through each step, basically, first thing. Sorry, Howard, I had to mute you there. There's something in the background. But yeah, so basically the step 1 is everyone presents kind of their idea, and we try to figure out, what is this idea that we want to build? What do we want to work on today? I have some really cool stuff to show you. I think you're here as well. I got yeah, Jack, you're here. Perfect. Yeah, because we got to show he showed me some pretty crazy stuff, so I want to show you guys that today too. I think you'd be very interested. So I want to, yeah. If you want, actually, maybe you could present it. You could kind of show, because you already have the back testing results. So if you want, you could do that, because I think people really want to work on that after seeing the results that you got. So maybe that's what people will want to do today. I have a feeling.
Do you have a copy of it over there? Because I'm not quite set up to do that at the moment, but I'd be happy to talk about it. It was a pretty simple idea.
Sure, I just don't have the back testing results, right? Like I don't
Well,
have.
they're in the zip file I sent over.
Oh, they are? Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I'll be able to show that off for you if you want.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so step 1, people present their ideas. We'll have a few ideas that you'll see today of, like, different strategies that we want to work on, option strategies, AI, all this different kind of stuff. People get to present. Then step 2, people take a vote, right? So after that, we'll put out a vote. You guys will get a chance to vote on what you want to work on for today. Then we're actually going to build whatever it is that you guys voted on. I'm the one that's going to be actually writing the code. All right, so you guys can chime in and say, whatever you want to see. And then we'll tweak, as with any time that we build something out, we also want to try out, what if we try this and what if we try that? There's lots of ways to tweak a lot of these algorithms. And then you guys can get and run the code afterwards, right? If you're part of one of our plans. So speaking of which, what is this? Okay. Speaking of which, if you want to get the actual recordings to this, if you want to get the actual code that we're doing in here, you can either join our Pro plan or our All Access plan. Our Pro plan is $349 a month. We're probably going to be raising prices very shortly. Just keep that in mind. If you want to keep this price, I suggest you guys sign up sooner rather than later. So as part of the Pro plan, you guys get these sessions. You get to be a part of these sessions, right? Yeah, and what Warren, yeah, these are all in US dollars. Yes. Yeah, so you'll get access to these live algo building sessions. You could join us every month in this. You get the recordings of it, and importantly, you'll get the code, all the code that we developed today. You'll actually be able to get that. You also get access to our strategy library, the pro version of it. There's a lot more strategies in our pro version than in our starter plan. You also get access to workshops, trading signals, which is pretty cool. You get to watch some of our trading signals. So here, for example, you can watch how some of our stuff has been trading. Here's one example of an algorithm that's been running for a little while now. This algorithm, I started on March 22nd. It is now up to about almost 100% return in 2 months. That's a pretty damn good result, if you ask me. We have a bunch of other ones in here too. These ones have been doing quite well. These Condor Martingales. I actually ran this one right here, I think. Yeah, I started running this one in live money starting today, actually. So in case you guys are wondering, I actually started doing that. So this algorithm I actually have running in my account too. I'll share that with you guys shortly once I make sure it's, it's kind of bug free. But essentially, these are trading signals. You can look through and see all of our different algorithms and how they're behaving and what kind of results they're getting, that sort of thing. Right, here's all of our few little things that we've been doing. Right, butterfly, this one's up a little bit more now. Right, but yeah, essentially you get access to that. That's our trading signals. You get access to our Discord community, which is, basically where we can talk to each other. It's also in here. There's lots of us going back and forth. It's a very active community, so you'll get that part of the pro plan too. You get our Python for Finance course, and you get our Algo trading course as well. They'll teach you how to build these types of things if you want to learn how to build them. Right? That's $349 a month. Then there's also the all access plan, which is $799 a month, and that gives you everything in the pro plan. Plus, you get all of our course recordings where we have a lot more courses. We have an options trading course, we have a blockchain course, we have all these different things. You also get 2 1-on-1 hours per month. If you need some help with anything, we can definitely help you out with that. We can get on a call and go through it. And then in general, you just get full service. If you want us to set things up for you, whatever it is that you need, we can do that for you in this all access plan. All right. Cool. Any questions before we get started with today's class? Okay, awesome. All right. So a couple things. Quick updates. So as I mentioned, I started trading this Condor Martingale with real money. Here's kind of a little preview of it. This is what I did today. I bought some puts and calls. This is now with live money. So let's see what happens. These algorithms have been doing very well with paper trading. I'm personally very excited. Let's see how these things do. It's basically this one that I'm running. If you guys are interested, basically it's this strategy here. I'm expecting to get something like 70% a year returns with this strategy. It's quite stable. It has been quite stable with our back testing results. It's been doing very well in our paper trading as well. So I actually feel pretty confident that I'll be able to get something like this in running this strategy. So I'm very excited personally, and we'll see how that works out. However, if you guys, if you're wondering specifically what I'm running, it is an older version of the code. Because I did notice, for those of you that actually are going through this and are interested, I noticed that when this new Iron Condor, the old setup, so this is the back test with the setup from back. This is this commit message. Go back here. It was back in May 2nd. May 2nd, or is it? It was back over here, right? This is essentially the code that I'm running, right? Somewhere around here. These log messages around May 1, right? I basically took this code from here and I ran this specific code with this specific setup, right? And I also turned off the sentiment analysis because I didn't want to spend extra money on those computers. So that's specifically what I'm actually running, right? Now, okay, cool. So we got that. That's basically what's going, and you guys can watch basically what happens to me, and see how this thing actually fares. If it actually does do exactly what the paper train does. So far, it seems like it's doing pretty much the same thing, as far as I can tell. But in a few days from now is when we'll actually start getting those results. And as you can see, the graph is basically blank right now. I started off with about a $28,000 account in this account in particular. All right. So if you guys want, I'll share this in the next few days and you guys can actually follow me in the trading signals too. All right. Cool. So that's one order of business I want to share with you guys in case you're wondering kind of what's been happening with that. Because I think to me, that's kind of become a very important thing is to have these things with live money going. Another order of business is again, as I mentioned, the when we made those changes last week, I think we broke something in the martingale algorithm. That's why I'm using the old one, because here's basically the same setup, right? This is the 180 da 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 da, right? Or this is actually it's a little different one than what I had. I'm using the 140, which is, yeah, this one right here. This is basically a setup that I'm using, the parameters that I'm using. Except notice that with this new set of code, this graph looks very different than this graph, right? So that's why I'm using the older code and I'm actually running it with the older code. But I think that it's just a little bug. I think that there's a way to fix it. I actually spent a good chunk yesterday going through it. I think I have an idea as to why there's this difference here, right? But just to keep in mind, if you actually do want to run this stuff, the code is actually different, right? Because we made those changes last week, right? So that's one order of business. Live code, all that. Another thing that I want to share with you guys before you guys can put out your own pitches as well is I want to share with you something that Jack showed me that was it yesterday that blew my freaking mind. Uh, like, it's
I just
crazy.
hope it's real. It kind of blew my mind too, so we'll see.
I wouldn't doubt if it was real. Like I actually think there's a very good possibility that's real, but we can go through that today. So let me open this up here. Where is that? Options, butterfly condor. There it is.
Logs.
Air sheet. Okay.
But it's if you go in the logs, I have like all of my different backlogs. So
Oh,
the 9 was the best one, I think.
okay. Okay. So let's see. Trade.
Airsheet.
There it is. Okay. And then let me bring over this window. So maybe Jackie to explain what you're doing differently here. But before you do that, crazy looking graph, 333% a year returns. I'd say that's pretty damn interesting. Over this 2 year period, I haven't had a chance to run over the 4 year period yet, but over these 2 years, it's very interesting. I'd like to run over a longer time period, but
Yeah.
333% a year returns. This is our butterfly condor, if you guys remember, the one that we've been working on for a while, and then we kind of stopped doing it because we ran it and there was some weird stuff happening in paper trading. But this is pretty damn interesting if you ask me. Um,
So yeah, I guess the background of what I changed was I understood this strategy to be taking advantage of essentially low volatility in the market. And so when I was thinking about that, I'm like, well, one other signal I could introduce was the VIX um, index. And anyways, I downloaded a bunch of market data for it from uh, YouTube Finance, and I basically have it checking the close of the VIX the day before to decide whether or not it even trades on that day. And then I picked a threshold that was just below some of the biggest drop downs that I saw, and it made it a lot more stable. And then I kind of increased the take profit and stop and the stop loss. So I think that was the main thing. The one thing here that I noticed was different too is the timing market went down. I don't know if that's because of the VIX introduction or what that means. Um,
Time and market. Yeah, that makes sense because it's trading less often, right?
okay.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I don't know about you guys, but I'm personally very interested in something that can make 330% a year with such a low drawdown, only a 28% drawdown. That is really freaking impressive. Again, this is the options butterfly condor strategy that we were working on before, modified a little bit to include the VIX to basically check the VIX. Makes a lot of sense, by the way, because Nathan says, I prefer 1,000%, but I suppose 333 is acceptable. Yeah, I'd say 333 is extremely acceptable. I prefer 1,000,000%, but right. But yeah, so I personally think this is super interesting. I don't know about you guys, but I think it'd be really cool to actually explore this going further. So I'm gonna add that to our list of things to work on today. I know the past 2 weeks we've been working on this martingale strategy. I think with returns like this definitely has us, definitely want to look further into this. So I'm gonna, as usual, I'm gonna start putting together our poll here of what you guys want to work on today. All right, so what do you want to work on today? And I'm going to add this butterfly condor with VIX. And we're going to make that as one of the things to work on, right? As usual, also add in our condor martingale, right? Which is again the one that I started running personally today with live money, about $30,000 account, small account, right? Nothing crazy, but that's something I actually started running today, and we'll see how that works out. I could be the guinea pig if you guys are interested, right? And then if we were to focus on the condor martingale, I showed you that there is that little bug, I think, that was introduced from last week. I think that'd be a very interesting thing to go down, right? So those are my two pitches for today. Anyone else have anything that they want to work on? What might you guys want to actually do today in class?
Hey Robert, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
So I probably should have asked this before. I have a quick question. I am re-looking at joining. I was a Pro Plan member a few months ago, but there was significant drama in our life, unfortunately, a few deaths that really took me away from everything.
I'm sorry to
So
hear that.
yeah, thanks. Fallout still here, unfortunately. But I'm re-looking at joining, but I am broke. I wish I could afford the 350 a month to do the pro plan again. The starter plan looks like it includes three algorithms. Can you tell me what algorithms that would be, and would it be possible to, I guess, work my way up to a point to being able to use some of these other more advanced algorithms?
So here's our strategy library. This is what we get here. You get the crypto double EMA trending algorithm. You get the crypto B bands. You get the stock top ETF picker, and you get the options rolling calls and diversified leverage. So actually get more than three. So I think you get five in total with this
Okay.
one.
I'm not into crypto yet, but so it looks like what three of them would be just regular stocks.
Yeah, top ETF picker, rolling calls, and diversified leverage, I think would be the ones that are not crypto related. So one of
Okay.
them is options, two of them are stock, right?
Okay.
Actually, personally, I have my money in this one, the diversified leverage with threshold. I could even show you kind of what that's been doing.
Oh, I really appreciate that. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. This is where the heck? I have so many accounts with Alpaca. This is insane. Okay, at Gmail. This is it. Yeah, so just to show you how my account's been doing with that. I've been running it for a period of time, and it's been actually doing quite well. So here's over the past year. Sure. Okay, I agree. All right. So here is my account. About a year ago, it was what, 3,033, and we're at about 4,004 or 4,500. So what's that? So 3,000. I'm actually curious myself. 3,033. So let's say about 3,000 to 4,500. So was that 50% in the past year? That's pretty damn good. I'd say that's a pretty good return for this thing so far. So that's the diversified leverage. I actually have, again, this is a real money account. It's made me 1,500 bucks in the past year. So I'd say that's pretty good, at least for me, I think. It's not these crazy ones we're talking about, 300%. This is pretty wild. But I'd say 50% of the year, I'm definitely happy with the results personally. So,
But in order for me to be able to access those advanced algorithms, that's we're looking at the pro plan still, right?
yes, correct. Yeah, that's a pro plan.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Cool. Any other questions, guys? Yeah, awesome. All right, okay, so I have here two strategies that we could work on today. The butterfly condor with this VIX change. I'm personally very interested in going into that. There's the condor martingale. I think specifically, at least what I'm thinking is it'd be really good to fix that bug, right? Because this is a fantastic looking graph. This is not, right? So I think last week we introduced a bug that actually made this happen, right? So I'd actually be very interested to figure out what the heck is going on there to fix that. The bot that I have running right now with my personal money is the bot that was just back in the day with this, right? This is just old code, right? From this day. It was around, again, I went to GitHub and I just pulled out that commit. So if you guys are interested, if you want to run that same bot, what you would do is you'd go back. Let me do this a little slower here. You look at the commits for this Condor Martingale. There's 48 of them, right? And then you'd go back to May, or what was that, March? It was basically right before, yeah, it was right around here. Oh yeah, okay. This is because it's already back. Um, on May 1st, made some log improvements, updated the quantities, did all this stuff here. And then basically I grabbed a code from around this time period, which you could do by clicking on browse repository at this point, right? And then here's all the files, and you could actually take, you could still launch it as you did before with the run or replit, but you'd have to replace the main.py and the Finber, I actually think it's good to keep as it is. Actually, I think just replacing this, I think just replacing main.py alone will actually bring it back to this point in time. So you could launch it to replit as normal, but then just use the old main.py. That's basically what I did. All right. Cool. Awesome. Um, so yes, I think that'd be an interesting thing to cover too, is try to figure out what the heck made this change and how can we fix that bug.
So, Robert, maybe another thing that would be interesting to do is whatever Wix is doing for the butterfly strategy or algorithm, maybe something that we could also incorporate into Martingale, because if it's helping to, to reduce the number of days that we get the drawdowns, that would be the similar situation for both algorithms.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
it would remove some of these drawdowns on the martingale too, so that if we develop that the same in a way that we could just incorporate it in that one too, that'd be enhancing both, I guess. At the
Yeah,
same.
you can probably just, if you copy the data over and you copy the single function over, it would pretty much be done probably. You just have to figure out where you want to put it to exit out of the trading and cancel any trades that day.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. I don't think that's a very difficult thing to do. Jack, I remember when you showed this code, I don't think the code that you have set up would work in live, so we'd actually have to modify that a little bit. So it actually pulls from Yahoo Finance live, right?
Yes, yeah, it wouldn't, well, it did have a switch to try to pull it from Yahoo Live. So I had some if def in there, or
Okay.
basically to check whether or not you're back testing.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it, like you said it in the meeting yesterday, it probably would be better to switch it over to like a fund that's tracking the VIX or something instead, but maybe we could leave that as a second test, a second step.
Sure. Yeah, I think if we take a look at that code, we can kind of dig a bit deeper into it and figure out, all those kinds of details for sure. Yeah, how do we pull it from Yahoo Finance? Do we pull, some sort of ETF or whatever? There's a bunch of things that we can try out. Absolutely. Cool. All right. Anything else that you guys would be interested in working on today? We have two strategies up there, a butterfly condor, which is this one right here, the 300% a year back test. And then we have the this one, try to bug fix it, and then also potentially adding in that VIX as well, right? That VIX improvement from the butterfly.
I guess one thought is whether I'd probably be interested to see. I signed up, funded a iBroker account, Interactive Brokers, last week because the limitations on Alpaca. You know, I started doing that Alpaca integration, and then it turns out that, especially with the data limitation, it's not all that exciting anymore. So yeah, if any one of these options schemes would work on strategies, would work on interactive brokers, that would I think that would be interesting.
Okay. Well, why are you thinking interactive brokers as opposed to tradier?
Because I want to move up the upwards in terms of data quality and volume and pricing and fulfillment if I'm trading from Alpaca, because Alpaca is good, kind of pretty good all around in the middle of all that. But yeah, if I'm going to have another broker, I want the really good one.
Okay. As opposed to tradier, right?
As opposed to tradier. Yeah, that's how I want. You said it, not me.
Well, I do think Tradier is a very good broker. I actually don't think very negatively of them at all. I would think that the execution's probably better with interactive brokers. I mean, I think the biggest broker on
I don't. Yeah, I don't think anybody beats their execution, right? That's also why they don't have any free commission-free trades, right? So the way those other guys pay for their trades is they have interactive brokers or a similar do their fulfillments for them at not quite as good a price.
Yeah. Okay. I could add that. I mean, it's not really a strategy per se to
No,
go.
no, I say it's the so I started trying to set it up and I ran into difficulty. So I have an account now, but I'm not able to use it yet. And of course I have a lot of other irons in the fire. So you know, I'm just throwing it out there. If other people are interested in active brokers versus over Tradier, that would be something interesting to see and trying to sort out with any one of these strategies. That would be helpful to me. If I'm the only one, obviously, it's not going to get a bunch of votes, but just throwing it out there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I've actually brought up this before in the past to interact. I'm definitely interested because the slippage is a lot lower. I just feel a lot more comfortable with interactive brokers. Also, I've been using them for years, and their execution is excellent. Their interface is not as good, but I just in terms of actually, I can see that things execute a lot. Comparing to Tradier, it just slippage is a lot lower. So
Yeah.
especially for these things that we do real time and we want fast and want to get quick deals and things like that with the algorithms. I think if you could get it to work with these algorithms, that would give us a lot better return on investment in actual real trading that we're doing. It should add a lot of value too.
Yeah,
So
but like I say, the API and their UI and everything about it is just difficult.
disaster. It's a disaster. Yes.
So the thing is, I don't even know what actually works and what's supposed to work with LumiBot and which of these things can it actually do. Which is also the other thing, and reason to do it is to find out what are things that we would need to address and what are things we need to add to LumiBot if there's anything missing in order to support these strategies.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess a couple things just to clarify right now with interactive brokers. First of all, did you go through this whole configuration with it? You downloaded TWS, you made these modifications?
Well, I'm just running Gateway, so I don't need the UI. So,
well, I would still think that you need to make some modifications to it. I haven't personally tried it with Gateway. I think if you're gonna do it with Gateway, you should that's probably the better way to do it, to put it in the cloud, right? I think that makes sense. By the way, is it logging you out every 24 hours or something with Gateway?
no, it's configurable. It'll also restart for you, but they do require you to manually. They do require you to log in by hand every 24 hours. You can stay logged in, but you're going to have to re-auth. And what's crazy is you cannot copy and paste your password into the form. They make you type it into the keyboard. It's nuts. Obviously, I'm gonna go out whenever I get to the point of having it working. Obviously, I'll get some little plugin that will insert the password automatically. But they've actually blocked that in their code.
Yes, you have to type in your username and password.
Yeah. They can't actually stop you. Yeah, but they can't actually stop you. This can be solved with programming, but it's just hilarious that it's that way.
Yeah.
Not hilarious. I'm laughing instead of crying. So yeah. So
What's worse than that though is not just the fact that you have to re-authenticate and there's that limit, but also you have to do a two-factor thing as well, right? Where it
Right.
goes phone and you have to actually accept the two-factor authentication. That makes it
Right.
even, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I've been with Interactive Brokers for 20 years, and I've written to them. I said, you guys better look over your shoulder at Tradier and Alpaca because they're much easier. But
Yep.
they didn't respond yet. But Jim, just a quick aside, they do have a free commission version, iBroker Lite.
yeah, but you can't. It doesn't have anything that I want, right? I mean, it has all the things they leave out are all the things I need.
Yeah, you
Wow,
can't
I've been
do
using it for years. It works
Well,
great.
for starters, you don't get data, right? And I'm a back tester. I'm an algo guy, so I live and breathe. I care about data more than anything else. This thing about executions just sound good in principle. I care about data.
Yeah, and with the
I'm
interactive
thirsty
broker
for.
live, they specifically say you cannot do algo trading. Like that is literally one of the things that they say on it. So
Yeah, but we do anyhow. So yeah.
well, no, I mean I just don't think that they have an API with interactive brokers Lite. You know what I mean? Like I just
Right, yeah, light, yeah,
Oh, you're
yes,
right.
light doesn't work for algo trading. Yeah.
You're
yeah.
right. You're right. Sorry about that. I
Yeah.
stand corrected. Can't do algo trading with the Lite.
Yeah.
I have one account that's the pro version, and I use that for the algo trading.
Yeah,
I
that makes
have a question. Has anybody heard anybody been able to use the REST API with the interactive broker? Because I tried to use it a couple of years, when just a year ago or so, and I was never able to actually get it to work. And they said something wrong with your setup, and I called their technical support. It just didn't work. And there was nothing wrong with my setup because I use that setup to use all of REST APIs all the time. I work for everything else. Has anybody used that REST API that they have? Or have you heard anybody being able to use it? Because that would solve a lot of these problems if that would work.
Yeah, so I've used it and we actually were very strongly considering moving over, changing our interactive broker setup to use the REST API as opposed to through TWS. The problem though is that you basically have the exact same problems, right? It doesn't really solve anything. You don't need TWS, but with the regular way, you can just use Gateway. With the REST client, you still have to have a Java app. They still force you to have a Java app. They still make you log out every 24 hours, and you still have to do the two-factor authentication. So it doesn't solve any problems at all, the REST API.
Yeah, I think the difference is you don't have to run gateway though, right? So
yeah, but you have to run a different Java client.
Yeah. So I'll since I brought it up, I will. So when I was trying to set this up into last week, it didn't work, and maybe my account wasn't fully provisioned. I got that notice on yesterday, so I will go through it again and see if I can get just the hello world working. Anyhow, so like I say, iBroker's on my mind, so just throwing it out there.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna take this out because we kind of discussed it, but yeah. So in general, interactive brokers, you want to go through all this here, right? All this setup. If gateway isn't working, I would try with TWS first, just because I could tell you for sure that works and there's no issues with it. And I don't know if there maybe there's some sort of setup that needs to happen with gateway that I don't know of. So it's hard for me to talk about that because I haven't really done that. But with TWS, you definitely have to go through this whole setup and things. There's 4 different things you have to do. And then you also have to set up your data, right? So let me log in here. I think this is my right account. Authorize. Yeah, so there you go. So this is my account. And then when I go into settings, there is some data that you have to set up. It's market data subscriptions. And you have to subscribe to when you go into here. Yeah, when you go bundles, I'll usually choose US equity, this one. US securities and futures snapshot, I believe you need. And then I think that's it. I think for options, that's it. Right? You have to just choose those two. Right? And futures are a different thing. And this is CBOE. Maybe you need this one. I'm not sure. Right? It's $1 a month or whatever, anyways, right? But make sure you get those subscriptions, and you have to like actually go through and continue and sign that document. And it takes 24 hours before it gets set up. So if you do it now, it probably won't work right away. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. Right?
Oh, actually, and we don't want to get into the weeds here. I remember now the one of the, like I say, there's issues with LumiBot. So even when you are getting just stock price data, there's a function in the interactive brokers where it does create contract, and it defaults into primary exchange island. No matter what you say for exchange, it always sticks in island, even though you're just doing stocks. And if you just have stocks and you're not option approved, which my account currently is not, then it fails because I don't have island, and I can't get it because I am not currently options approved. So so I went in and so I had to go in and change the code so that it does not stick island into every call.
I think smart was supposed to be the default. I think
Yeah.
that's smart.
No, but it's not. It's not. It's island, and you cannot overwrite it. That's what I'm saying. If you get the data, when it goes through, does create contract through interactive broker pi, it sets primary exchange to island no matter, and there's no way to overwrite it other than going editing the code, which is what I did.
Oh,
But then I ran into other issues, so that's why I'm gonna go fire it up. I'll give another whirl this evening here.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. I mean, if you have that change, feel free to put up that pull request and we can go through that. I thought that the default was smart. I don't remember seeing island in there. Maybe there's a change that happened at some point that made that happen. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I'd be interested to see it working, and then I would have more to understand about what to expect on what should I expect to work and what doesn't work, because that's the way it is yet, and we just need to fix it.
Right.
Are you using IB in sync or? Oh,
I'm also, I don't know what that is. I'm running just the LumiBot code, and yeah. So like I say, it connects to Gateway and it talks to them. But like one of the issues I ran into is I don't have island, and then I think I got to the point where I think my data subscription wasn't live yet. But anyhow, I'm going to go back and check this stuff. So back to your regularly scheduled program.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, and to answer your question, Ali, we do not use IB Insync. We use like the native interactive brokers, because IB Insync had like a bunch of bugs and we didn't want to deal with it. So we just wrote it from scratch, basically. As far as I can remember. Yeah. Although that was a long time ago that we wrote that code. Okay, cool. Anything else you guys want to work on today that you want me to put up on our poll? So far, we have the butterfly condor with the VIX, this crazy one with the super high returns, and then there's the condor martingale, which is what we've been doing for the past few weeks. Basically make that bug fix so that we can get this graph back, because I really would like to. Actually, I do have this running right now personally, but I would like to make it easier to run, because it's kind of a pain to have to go back in the code, and like we should actually get to work. So that's one thing that the bug fixes, and then also maybe trying that VIX thing with this too. I think that'd be interesting. Anything else you guys want to work on?
Not here. I think that's great. What you got?
Okay, cool, perfect. All right, so let me save this, and I'll put out the poll, and we can see what you guys want to do. There you go. So poll is live. So you guys can go ahead and vote on that. While you guys are voting, I'm gonna go get myself a glass of water because I'm very thirsty. I had some salty chicken. And whatever you guys decide to work on, we can cover that today.
But we can probably do both of these today. Won't we have enough time to do both, you think?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, if we do have enough time, absolutely. Yeah, we
Just
could.
put the which one first then, right?
Yeah, whatever you guys. Yeah, we'll definitely work on the one that you guys vote for first.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
It's just starting to get pretty one-sided right now. Okay, but yeah, I'll let you guys finish voting on that. There's still 5 people left to vote, and I will be back, and we can get the show on the road. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Hey guys. So welcome back. All right, so we still have one person left to vote, but I'm assuming maybe you stepped away from your computer or something. But that's pretty much it. So I'll end the poll. Not surprising, who won this one or what algorithm won this one. Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. You guys voted for the butterfly condor with the VIX. Makes a lot of sense. I feel exactly the same way. I definitely can't blame you guys for this because I am very interested too to figure out how the heck we can get this type of number going and how real this is. If it is real, I'm putting some money into this. You better believe that. Cool, awesome. And then let me read a few other things here. As a coder, I'd love to see how you work through debugging strategies. Fixing the bug is my vote. Okay, awesome. If I were me, I would jump back and forth through the git changes until you find the one that breaks it. Then you have a smaller amount of code modified, but it's a lot of backtesting. Yeah, Jack, actually, I know for both of you guys, I actually know what the issue is. The issue is the mechanism that we made that checks whether we had a loss the day before or not. So that's actually there's two things that changed. So that's one thing that changed. Another thing that changed is we had in previous versions of the bot unknowingly that it takes a break after it makes a condor. So if I made one on Monday, it's not going to do it on Tuesday, right? It like automatically takes a break. So that's the other thing. So between those two things, I think is the majority of the difference. But when I was going through it yesterday and a bit today, basically the main issue is the mechanism that we changed to check whether the condor won or lost the day before. Because if you guys remember, last week what we did was we made it so that we could have a zero day, and that's the thing that basically screwed everything up. Right. And Nathan says, I've successfully implemented the Coinbase REST API with Python. That sounds great, Nathan. It's also built into LumiBot directly, the Coinbase REST API. So that way you could have back testing and all that kind of stuff too. I think directly coding these APIs is not really that necessary. So we have a lot of wrappers around them. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get this show on the road. I am definitely very interested in seeing what is going on here. So let me pull up this code here. I'm going to open up a window. Like a million windows open. Let's make another one, I guess. This is what bot strategies. Okay, I'm going to use this one here. I'm going to open up this folder. There we go. And for starters, I want to try to replicate basically what you did, Jack. So is this code as is? If I run it, I would get that result.
I believe so. Yeah.
All right, so let me see here.
I did delete the Conda environment, obviously, so you probably have one already set up. That you can set.
Okay. No broker set. Please set a broker in the .env file as a secret.
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't send my secret either.
Yeah. So
Yep.
let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to move this to another screen because I do have keys in here that are meant to be private. So I'm just going to do this on another monitor real quick. .env file. So just in case you guys are wondering what I'm doing here, this is basically how you'd set it up. You'd create a file .env, and then you want to set your secrets, right? So for example, one secret could be a tradier, or let's say for backtesting, we go is backtesting equals true. Set that. Then we'd go, Polygon. Actually, no spaces here. Right, and basically you want to do this sort of thing, right? Polygon API key, and then you put in your actual key, and this is kind of the way that you'd set up your env file. It's everything that we have inside of the README.
Mhm.
in here in the README, this is, how do I do this as markdown? Open preview. There you go. Yeah, so in the README file, where we have the run on replit button and all that, we have all the secrets configuration. You basically want to set these inside of your .env file, right? So on replit, you set in your secrets. On your computer, you put it into your .env file in this kind of fashion, right? So just in case you guys are wondering what I'm doing, that's basically what I'm doing. So let me set all these secrets in here, save, and then bring this back. Okay, cool. So I got that set up. Now let's run this actual code. Let's see what happens. Okay, back testing started. Yeah. I guess you said to use 2,500 bucks as well to start.
I mean, yeah, I just set it low because that would be like the amount I would be risking live if I was going to do it.
Okay.
But you don't have to. It works fine with a larger amount too. I also I set it low because I also wanted to see if making it lower changed the result at all. Like just because of share sizes or something. I wasn't sure if that would have an effect. The way I kind of developed it was I just started the VIX thing first and I saw I made a much smoother curve. And then what I did was I increased the percentage that I was going to trade up to 48%. So the PCT to trade that got increased. My take profit I moved to 0.2 and my max loss I moved to 0.2. And I removed the idle holding symbol. So it doesn't put any money in the idle holding symbol. And that made it more volatile, but that also was how I got the crazy returns.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. You don't have. I wonder if I move that back. You do have the 0.2 max loss and take profit, and you do have the 48% to trade. I think the idle holding symbol didn't do much of a change for me. That must be why that's back.
Yeah,
but you could also try removing that if you want.
Okay. I mean, it shouldn't really make that big of a difference. We put it in there because we're saying that this is uncorrelated with the market, so you can actually put some money into the market at the same time. That was kind of the idea that we had there. But so far, the results are looking pretty good. Our portfolio value, we start at 2,500. It's all the way up to 4,500 already. So I'd say that's a very good start already. Third of the way through. This is a 2-year back test, right? You set this.
That's all I have set up. Yeah, because I didn't pay for the extra long Polygon data.
Right. Yeah, that
It's a
makes
little rich for my blood.
yeah. I definitely pay them a lot of money, that's for sure. So let me make this start a little earlier too then. I'll run a separate back test. We'll Python main.py, and this one will be over a longer time period so that we month must be
Oh,
there's no 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, there we go.
hopefully the VIX data goes back that far. I think it does.
Let's see.
This is where my way of implementing it was probably bad.
2002.
2002. Yeah, we're fine.
Going back quite far. Yeah. So I think we're good to go. Okay, so we'll see at different time period as well, because that's the other thing, right? It's like maybe it's just those 2 years are very good. That's possible.
Yeah.
Right. So this way we'll have a more of a clear understanding of what's happening here. So in 2.5-ish minutes, we'll have that result. Okay, so just so I can mark them off. You said that you changed.
Yeah, look, see VIX threshold at the bottom. Oh, you're saying for things I changed in here. Yeah. So that was the max loss was to 0.2. So
go added / changed.
Yeah. The other things I changed were the max loss, the take profit, and the percent to trade.
Max loss and percent to trade. Okay, so let's take a look at these side by side. So when I pull up, where is this Trader Observer? So many windows open. I got a faster computer so I can open up a lot of stuff at once, but now it's like I feel like I need to just clear things out because I have too much stuff at a time. This is still that one. This is Contra Martin. This is the one that was messing around with the old code. And this is Tradier. Oh, I know why. I have it on my other monitor. I'll bring this over here and we'll open up the butterfly condor main.py and let's take a look at the parameters. So percent to trade is 35. You increase that to 48.
Yeah.
That'll make sense. I could increase the returns, but it would also increase the risk. So I guess if you offset that,
Yeah, so the idea was that the VIX made it a smoother curve. There were less drop downs, so I increased the amount.
that makes a lot of sense. I think that's very smart. Okay, so percent to trade went up. Then the other one was take profit. We had it set at 15. You set to 20. So now we'll
Mhm.
take a bigger profit. Okay, interesting. Max loss, you set to 0.2, whereas we had a 0.25. So you allow it to take a bigger profit and you cut its losses faster. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you add in this VIX threshold thing, which is a completely brand new
I
thing.
still think there's probably plenty of room for tuning these parameters too, and that's why I would love to do some kind of algorithm there, but I don't have time at the moment. I'll get to it at some point.
I mean, I wonder if there's some configuration that makes like 500% a year or something ridiculous like that.
Maybe.
Maybe, you know, if you figured out how to get to 300, I mean, I don't think it's that big of a stretch to get to like 500. That would be insane. I definitely want to put money into that for sure. You know, that I will definitely try out. Yeah, I think you know, if we can get this thing working properly today and we get like some good insights out of it, what I could do even tonight is I could set this thing up to work in paper trading, so we could actually watch this thing trade for a bit, and then because that at least for me, that's my how do I determine do I put money into this thing? Is I'll first back test it, you know, back test all the different combinations. Then I'll put into paper trading for a couple of days, make sure it's actually working properly. And then after all that's working, I'll put it into um, a live trading environment, right? That's
So you
kind of
gotta have a little bit of self resistance or like make sure that you see it's tracking at least with the paper trading for what, a week or at least a month.
yeah. It's for me, it kind of depends on what the algorithm is. These new ones I was comfortable with a couple of days. Really, you want to put into paper trading to first of all see if it's matching kind of what you're getting in your back testing because there
Yeah.
could be some differences when you're actually trading it. And then second of all, I do it because there could be bugs, right? Like it's very often that we'll put out something, it works really well in back testing, whatever, but then when you put into a live environment, things are slightly different, so you could actually hit some sort of bugs. So I'll do that to make sure to
Makes
remove.
sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys run into differences with like when you go to live trading? Like obviously these are not the fastest computers. There might be delays with making the orders, maybe liquidity is not there. I mean, there's probably not with these smaller sizes, but like do you see differences between paper and live that often? If as assuming there's no bugs?
Yeah, there'll definitely be differences between the two for sure. Especially with things like options, which are more thinly traded,
Mhm.
right? So, you know, in paper trading, and there's also a time delay in paper trading too, right? So, so you will definitely see differences, right? You'll trade something, or at least in Tradier, there's a time difference. So
Yeah.
you'll trade something, you would expect to get filled at one price. It's very possible to get filled at another. So, there definitely is that thing to watch out for. Okay, so I got the results. This thing finished. Let me pull that over. It's almost exactly the same thing that you got, so which gives me a lot of confidence. There is a small difference.
Mhm.
yours got 333% a year. Mine got 297% a year. Still extremely good, but
I wonder if this is the difference where mine was running without the idle holding symbol.
maybe it's possible. Yeah, there's a possibility. Either way, that's still a very high return. I wouldn't shake
Yeah.
my head at that at all. Yeah, and I would think that the idle holding symbol would add more value to it because if it's holding on to QQQ, it should actually have gone up, right? I mean, NASDAQ has done quite well over the past couple of years. So,
Okay.
so I would think that that would have added value rather than subtracted, but you never know. Things happen. Either way, I feel pretty confident in this. This is good. We were able to replicate it. So in that case, I guess next steps is how do we make this thing? Actually, let me put it back to you guys. So I'm thinking, you know, now that we have this sort of thing, volatility smile. Oh, we still have that up here. Let me delete this. Actually, yeah, we don't need this here.
I'm noticing one more difference in my parameters. I think I dropped the max ADX down to 35. Sorry, I'm swapping back and forth between the parameters. I should diff it, but
Yeah, I see it's still at 35 here.
okay, that's interesting.
Actually, no, it was originally 40. So you drop that to 35. Okay. All right. So and then let's see what else here. SPY, QQQ,
Are
25.
those parameters being shown on the tear sheet?
They
Yeah,
will be, yeah.
yeah.
Because I know you got to like stick that in the right place in the back test method to get them to show up. Yeah, there they are. Cool.
Yeah, they get put at the bottom by default. Let's see. So if we flip back and forth, this looks like, oh, yeah. Yeah, you set the idle holding symbol to none,
Mhm.
sent to 0. So that's one difference. So 0 and none. Okay. It's a good point, Jim. Okay, and then everything else so
So I
far.
get, would that mean that it's like, while it's in that symbol, it's losing value enough at times when it would have made value in the algorithm,
Yeah,
maybe?
that's very possible that there's something like that happen. There's weird interactions that happened when you do this, right? Because the idle holding symbol, it's meant to be like, okay, with any cash you have left over, hold on to this one symbol, right? And it's the idea is that the NASDAQ does very well overall. This thing does very well overall when you add the two together, and they're uncorrelated to each other. So in theory, they should help each other, but there could be something that's making it worse. So the only thing that I'm seeing that's different here is that, right?
Yeah.
And let me check the time periods as well. So that's another thing. It's June 1st, and you have June 4th. So
I
that's
wouldn't expect a huge difference from that, but
you'd be surprised. You know, like if you have an algorithm like this that's shooting up like 10% a day or something, like that one day can make quite a large difference.
okay.
You know, or maybe that first day was like a down day, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And then you end up starting with less and then it takes longer.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So those are kind of two differences I see here. So
Yeah, and actually the difference between those percentages is not very big for that much compounding, you know. So it's, if you look at the difference for that many time of compounding, it could be just that QQQ that made the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, US FR would be probably a better place to hide because you know you always go up on that a little bit at least if you want to hide it somewhere instead of
yeah,
QQQ.
yeah, USFR is quite stable, but it's also such a low return. I mean, a lot of times brokers will give you anyways, just for idle cash.
Not Tradia, but
And
Tradia doesn't give you anything. But Interactive Broker, yeah.
yeah, they, like I know that. I know Fidelity gives me money for like idle cash as well. Okay, cool. So that's the difference here. Let me rerun this now and check the dates actually as well as the other one. The date. You start on June 4. June 4, 22. June 4, 22. Till April 30, till April 30. Okay. So with those changes, I'm going to rerun this again and see if I hit that exact 333 number that you got.
Yeah, I'm super interested to hear about the longer back test. That's going to be very interesting.
So far it's up to 14,000, which is,
That seems low, wouldn't it?
yeah, it does seem low.
So maybe there's some big hits in there. Yeah.
Maybe you got hit at some point in time, which wouldn't surprise me because it went over COVID. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That's definitely one big hit. And then there's another big hit that happens in 22. And if you're doing from June 22, then you're missing it too. I think it was April of 22 that was a big hit. That's when Powell went on the air and said we need to raise interest rates, basically.
okay.
Right? Those are two very big hits that your back test was missing. Right? But this is still extremely good. You know what I mean? Like to go from 2,500 all the way up to 25,000 over this time period. This is still extremely good returns.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll have that result in about 3 minutes, so we can wait for that to happen. In the meantime, I ran with those changes again here, and we'll have an idea of what's going on there. All right, so, okay. So you're right, the long back test is quite important. Like that's gonna really show a lot as to what's going on here. But my first inclination is to add what you did with this VIX threshold into the one that we have in the strategy library, right?
Mhm.
That's kind of the first thing I'm thinking to do. Anything else that you think should be modified before then? You know, what are your thoughts on kind of what to work on first?
I mean, that'll show you immediate improvements to the, you won't see drop downs the same amount. It looks very smooth compared to the previous back tests. So the risk is lower.
Okay.
If you want to pull up, I did some of the other back tests. There's ones where before I turned up the volatility, if you go back to the folder with them and you go to the say seven VIX 13.5, that one I think is one of the best ones before I turned up the volatility. So it's very like parabolic.
This is insane.
Not that much.
21% drawdown, 200% of your returns. It's crazy. Yeah, this one has a bigger, but still not that bad. I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about 30% drawdown personally. I think everyone's got their own tolerances, but I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Okay, but this is, I mean, this, you know, reduce the risk, right? Reduce the return, kind of go hand in hand. That makes sense. Okay, so how about what I'll do is we'll take this old one. Keep getting mixed up these two. Okay, so this is many windows open. So I put this in the middle. Okay, so here's yours, and then here's the existing one, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, like I said, the first thing that I would do is I would add in that new VIX threshold thing.
Mhm.
All right, so why don't we add that in? threshold value. Let's actually make this the threshold for the VIX the day before for the closing value of the VIX the day of VIX the day before. Right, okay. Cool. So that's the VIX threshold.
Mhm.
Take a look at the code that you did for this. I'm just gonna
It's Control F by now.
yeah, exactly. Okay. You pull it there. VIX value, check the VIX value, get VIX value. Okay. Okay, and then get
There's
VIX.
one function, get VIX value, that I added, and that's it.
Okay. So let's throw this in here. You threw this around just after check if we pierce the tent, check for the first adjustment loss. So you put it right after the first adjustment loss. So we go check or first adjustment loss. You put it right after this. This is all in here.
Say butterfly or something,
Yeah.
in that branch.
Well, I think this is the longer back test. Let's see what it looked like.
Holy
Still
crap.
very impressive,
So the annual rate went down, but
but still
That's great still. That's yeah.
yeah, still absolutely phenomenal. It looks like this is definitely one of the better time. This is kind of what we saw with the other ones too, is that this time period was really, really good. Um, and here's the
What was
result.
the drawdown?
Now I matched yours, or almost matched yours. So that those changes, the idle holding symbol, any difference. The biggest drawdown is 46%. And we can check to see when that actually happened. Underwater plot. So in 2021, this is where we had a pretty big drawdown, which is odd because I think that was in the middle of a bull market.
Hmm.
Right?
yeah.
2022, it actually didn't go that bad. And COVID actually didn't do that bad. Maybe because of the VIX value, right? Because the VIX spiked like crazy around COVID. This is surprising. It actually went through COVID almost fully unscathed. This is actually very good. And then we had some underwater here.
I would really like to understand why, there was that drawdown between 2021, 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be
Seems
interested.
like that might be something else you could check for, but I mean, again, there's gonna be something in the future you haven't checked for, and
Right. Yeah, but maybe it's still something that kind of you can put, this is like a general statement around it, like whatever the VIX is doing this or whatever, right? Okay. Interesting. Still overall very, very good. 132% a year. I don't know, but I would definitely take that. That to me sounds fantastic. This was a pretty big drawdown period over there. I mean, I would like to investigate that a little further at some point. But my first inclination is to just update our strategy library again to have what you're using and put in a state that I could actually run live as well. Because I would love to put this into paper trading.
yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. So yeah, so let's go. Butterfly, last butterfly, perfect. Okay, get VIX value. Get VIX value and then VIX threshold. You add up here. VIX threshold. Okay, and then we also need that function get VIX value.
And that pretty much just abstracts whether you're back testing or not.
Okay,
but you'll probably replace this anyways.
let's see, get fix, well, get fix value, there it is. Put it right at the very bottom. Just to kind of keep it similar. Okay, and current date, you're actually not using current date.
That was I didn't remove that. I refactored and I forgot to remove that.
I would pull this out. I think it makes more sense as a dependency, you know? Right, because you put in a date, get fixed value at this date. I think that makes more sense, no?
Sure. Yeah.
Um,
So that would be like the day before. Probably previous date's a bad name for that. It could be day before.
right. I was thinking about what to name this variable, right? Current date, because it's not really, actually, I guess current date works fine. Current date.
You could even just have it be date because it's whatever you're asking the VIX for.
Right. Pass that in. Shoot, we already have DT, so we don't even have to do that. There it is. Okay. And that was yeah, it's a date time, right? Not a date. Yeah, fixed value minus, and then you reformat it. Okay.
That's, I think, for pulling it out of the historical data loaded from disk. So if we switch this over to use something else, that
Yeah,
might change.
it's back testing and using Yahoo Finance. What I would do, and the way that I've done this in the past, is just make everything use Yahoo Finance, but you set it up so that it like invalidates the cache, right? So it's like it only checks it once a day, right? Which would work well in back testing and work well in live, right?
I
You
see.
check, has it been longer than 23 hours, since the last update? That's the way that,
So then you're basically pulling it from Yahoo Finance every single time in the backtest, which would be slower,
well,
but
just one time, right? Just the first time. And Yahoo Finance is quite quick. So maybe you're adding like 2 seconds to your back test, whatever, right? That way, also check because I just like having code more similar between the two. Because then also when you're back testing it, you make sure that the Yahoo Finance connection is still working. Like it kind of gives an added validation there too, right? So I would remove this like that, and also for back testing purposes, it makes more sense too because then when you extend the date out, you don't have to download data again, right?
Yep.
I would just purely rely on this. Let me put everything in try catch. Okay. Safe value. That's smart. I like this actually. Or would you want to return like a very large number? So it just like stops trading.
Depends. Yeah, I guess if you can't get the VIX value, you decide you either want to not trade or trade.
Yeah.
I kind of was like, well, I had the default value be do whatever it did before. But that's probably safer.
Yeah, I think so. If for whatever reason you're not getting the VIX, it's just not, it'll just turn off trading.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And I'd also go like this. I'd go broadcast equals true, which if you hook up a Discord to this, it will actually send it to your Discord. So you'll get this, right?
Nice. Slick interface.
Yeah. Here. So very clear. Okay, and then Yahoo Finance. So we'll import Yahoo Finance. So import Y finance as YF. Here we go. Okay, so what I would do is I'd go,
Well, where do you specify the date? I'm not super familiar with this. I'd have to look it up again.
yeah, yeah, the date we'd have to actually look for it in here, right? So we'd have to actually find that date, right?
Well,
Would-
but if, so say in theory, you're back testing this, right? You're back 2 years ago. But when you make that call to Yahoo Finance, it's gonna get the history for one day from the current day, right?
Yeah, so we wouldn't do it like this. We would do it the way that you had it, right? Fixed data. And like this. And you have like a safety check here too, which I think is really good. Right, there you go. Historical VIX dot index. So I would also create something called historical VIX. Right?
Yeah, I was doing that by, I don't know, downloading it. I'll drop the,
Yeah, so we can go like that. You can go historical VIX equals that, right? And then we'll set the default of it to none at the beginning. Historical VIX equals none. And then we check if it's none, we download it. And then also if we haven't updated, actually, we'll make another one called self dot last historical VIX update. Right, that's the way that would do it. Right, check when was the last update. Right, if the last update was less than 24 hours ago, right, then we update it again. Set the last historical, the current date. What the heck are you doing here? No. Last historical VIX update was current date. Perfect. We get that. And then we want to have something that's like an if statement saying if the current date is none, no, then return a safe super high value. Yeah, exactly. This would just be like the default. Okay, so if we don't have the date, then return. And then now, okay, assuming we have the date, check last historical VIX update is not none. And equals today. Get the previous VIX's value. Right, so that's assuming if we already have that. Last historical VIX update date was today. It's fair enough, right? So if it was updated today, we don't need to get it again, right? We could just give the thing here and we're all good to go. Right, current minus da-da. Maybe we want to pull this out. We're not rewriting code twice. Right, okay, so if it already existed, we return that. Otherwise, we download the data, we say it's now updated with that date, and then we send it. Okay, I think that sounds right to me.
So the historical VIX with a period of 1 day, that downloads all of the history of VIX?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wasn't following. I thought that was getting 1 day's worth of history. This shows my inexperience with the APIs. So.
Oh, you know what? Actually, maybe it is 1 day. I think actually you're supposed to go period
You could
map.
throw a breakpoint in and check, but
Yeah. I think we're supposed to go like that. Period max. Or you just say history. I think that's fine. Okay, so let me run this now. We'll see how this works. Okay, there we go. So we come in here, previous date, a current date is set, date time, why is it April 1st, 24? Is that where back testing is set up to do right now? April 1st, 24, yes it is, okay. Why don't we do the shorter back test? We just do that time period that you had, right?
Sure.
Which was, that way it's easier to tell like, what's changing. And
I was curious, if you have put any thought into like parallelizing the back test at all?
I have, if you look at the Condor Martingale, it runs in using multiprocessing.
Oh, nice.
So if you take a look at it, it's much faster. The only thing is that it crashes my computer for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's a pretty important one.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you could definitely pull it from the options Condor Martingale algo. We have it in there. If you could figure out why it crashes your computer, please let me know.
Sure.
That's very useful to know. Okay, cool. So we have that. Either way, that's not that important right now. Okay, we got historical VIX. So self historical VIX. All right, and it goes back, it doesn't go back that far for some reason. Only gave back 22 rows, so maybe we still have to go period max. Okay. Previous date string not in. Yeah, so we have to rerun
Makes
this.
sense.
Let's see if this max thing works. Actually, can you guys hold on 1 second? I'm really thirsty here, so I need to get some water. Right back.
somehow I feel kind of funny looking at we have 22 participants, and when Robert's not here, nobody talk. So quiet.
Well, I figure I talk more than my share, so I refrain. But I did notice the dead air. Well, so what do you all mice want to talk about while the cat's away?
Hey, while I have a chance, I want to say the thank you to the team, to Jim, to everybody. Like you guys are so smart, and I'm honored to be in the team with you guys.
I couldn't agree
Same
more.
here.
Yeah. All
I've
right.
just got a question on Alpaca. For those who have used real money on it, is it easy to withdraw your money from Alpaca or?
I've used real money on it, and it's very simple to do that. All you have to do is fund the account and all that, the typical brokerage stuff, and then use your API keys from that live account and set Alpaca as paper to false. And
No,
that's
I
it.
mean to withdraw money.
Oh, to withdraw money.
Yeah.
No, I haven't noticed any issues with it. I mean, it's registered in the United States, so it's like it's a legal entity. Why you're worried? Like it's like a crypto broker, they can't get your money out? Is that why?
Yeah, especially because I'm based in Australia and I've got like I'm going to be using my sort of company details and I just I've heard like there's issues with some people. It's good to put money in, but when you need money out, it takes a while.
Well, all the credible, especially licensed brokers in the U.S., they support international wires. And although there was what was the recent case with within the last couple weeks ago, I saw somebody getting all upset with Alpaca because it's on their Slack. You can go see his complaints, or maybe it was also in his also in their support board and in their Slack, and his account had gotten frozen. And then he's demanding hourly responses on his money and stuff like this, but apparently his account had come into the attention of their security department. So obviously no facts there, but to go on. But if you check on Alpaca reviews, I don't think you're going to find a lot of complaints about difficulty on access to funds.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely haven't had any issues with them. I mean, usually US brokers are quite good to deal with. Crypto brokers internationally, on the other hand, it's definitely some issues with them.
Oh yeah, and I might be repeating it, but actually the only point that I really had to make there was, which maybe I did already, which is that they support international wires, and you can get your money, almost instantly, right? So,
Yeah.
of course, you have to pay the fee, but
Okay. Right, so there's a couple things here that I noticed we need to change, right? So the way that you had it set up, Jack, is you had yours already, the dates were in this format.
Yeah.
So we need to change the date to be that format. I think also it needs to be the index, right? Because you're looking at this is, I think, getting the index and then the closing. So here we set this to be the index, to date time. Okay. And then set the index to be in the format.
Copilot's so nice.
Oh, it's amazing. I love it. Index equals, okay, perfect. Yeah, I can't wait for the day when we can write code by just like speaking to a computer. I'm really looking forward to that. Well, speaking of which, someone actually told me that the OpenAI desktop app is actually out.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran it. Yeah, I got it. Was that next day, and yeah, it's super cool. Like this is the area I've worked in a long time, including speech recognition and the whole thing. And I worked at Google for a long time on this, and I've tried to use things like speech dictation and stuff like this, which is terrible. But yeah, this ChatGPT with the voice, especially the 4.0. But it works okay with 4 as well, and it's just seamless. It's just like having a conversation, and you can describe what you want done and what you want written, and yeah, it's beautiful.
I can't seem to find it. I'm looking at the App Store here.
It's not in the App Store. You have to there's a download for the DMG from their site.
I see. Okay.
And I don't think I've seen an email on it yet. They were rolling it out, right? So if you log into your ChatGPT account, then they may pop up a link to the download. But I'll find the download link and put it in the chat.
Okay. I'm seeing if I could find it quickly here because I feel like that'd be quite useful. I'm logged in. Download the app. There we go. All right, let's check this out. It's exciting.
Makes me want to switch back to a Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have it out for Windows yet, but they say it's on the way.
What the heck is my email?
Yeah,
I'm
and then there's all the uproar about the Sky voice, which Scarlett says is her, and that is, I thought, the best voice. That's the one I did pick that, and so hopefully they'll have a nice replacement. But I also think she's going to lose the case, so maybe they'll bring it back later.
It's kind of hard to prove that it's her voice. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a lot of law around this. It's called right of publicity. And the thing is that it's only the voice, and there's no name, there's no image, there's no catchphrases, all this kind of stuff. She's not the guy who does the British guy who does the voiceovers for those nature documentaries, right? I mean, I did not recognize it as her voice. So, not that I'm the coolest kid on the block, but yeah, I don't think her right of publicity case will stand.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, 'cause to me, I didn't think it was the case either. Like I was like, really? But
you saw this whole slew of copyright suits from artists and authors claiming that because these models were trained on public data, that they're copyright violations, and that's not how copyright works. And these things have all been litigated thoroughly, especially because of the search engines for Google and all that. And all those cases are going to fail.
well,
The only thing what copyright protects is an exchange for the creator making their stuff public. You get certain limited rights. You get certain limited rights having to do with people cannot do what's a technical term, quote, actual copying. And that's not what so your source data is not only is it not copied into the models, you will generally not find actually copies unless you try hard to generate them in the outputs.
Yeah, I agree with you on existing case law. But given what's actually happened, I wouldn't be surprised if they change some of that law.
It will definitely change in the EU. It's going to become a problem in the EU. I don't see it happen in the US.
Why do you say that?
Well, US copyright law is constructed for the benefit of businesses that make a lot of money. And that includes OpenAI.
I guess that's true.
Now in EU, these are the demons of the planet, so they will pass laws that make life difficult. But the thing is that they passed GDPR and Google busted their asses, or we busted our asses to comply, and so. But yeah, there's good points and bad points in the U.S. Obviously the crypto situation is appalling.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is definitely a freaking disaster. I really hope that they get rid of the SEC chair. Like Gary Gensler is, I'm not a big fan of him at all.
Well, it's not just him; it's the whole board of commissioners. They did just replace that lady who was leading the charge on crypto because they had done illegal and false prosecutions of at least a few cases, and the judges had roasted their asses, as has the the courts, the district and the Supreme Courts. So they have been losing, but guess what? They have bottomless treasury, and they're not going to give up. They're on a holy war against anything other than centralized finance.
Yeah. Yep, too much money to be made. So by the way, I think that there was a bit of a bug in what you're doing, Jack.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed what was happening here. Is looking for his previous date, 6/5, right? 2022 6/5. When you actually look at it, there's no 2022 6/5 because that's a weekend. Right? So I don't think your script accounted for the fact that there were weekends.
Okay. Good
Yeah,
point. So that should go back like 3 days instead if it's on a Monday.
Yeah. So I mean, in order to match what you had, we kind of have to just return 0 thing here.
So always trade Mondays.
Yeah, always trade Mondays.
I mean, that actually, you might get a better result if you fix it, but we could, whatever you want to do, you can
Yeah,
see a reasonable result the way it is, and then later we can fix that.
yeah, what I'd like to do is I'd like to just match what you had first.
Yeah.
And then once we do that, then we can see if we can improve on it, right? So I'm gonna set this back to 0, right? However, I think that this should, I'll make a little to do here. To do change this back to 1000 and fix the bug over the weekend. What I think would be better to do is just look for the actual date itself as opposed to formatting it like this.
Yeah.
And then and that would be a lot.
I'll be honest, Python's not my first language, so I mostly work in C#. So this is a bit of a lot of Googling for me, and GPT helps.
You did a good job. So if you wouldn't have told me, I would have never known. But yeah, there's what you can do with data frames is you can actually make it look for the closest day, and you can make it go the day before, right? So that's kind of the easiest thing. So instead of doing formatting as a string, keep it as a date time, and then just make it go backwards one day if it doesn't find it. That's what I would do. But whatever, we'll fix that later. Right now, I just want to match your results. Okay, so we've done that. Why is this not saving? Save. There we go. That's weird. Like my save key stopped working. All right, so we got that. And then the rest of it, I think, is just changing these other parameters. Right, so we want to go none. Seems to work better. And 0. And then the other one was max loss 0.2. The other one's take profit. I think it was 20, right?
Yep.
Yeah, or 0.2, whatever. 0.2, 0.2. And then percent 48. That seems like a very specific number.
So my thinking there was like, I wanted to do about 50%, but I wanted to leave room in case it needs a margin for trades or whatever. So I just guessed.
Okay. Yeah, we can play with that, just see if that's. I really like your idea of like the genetic algorithm and kind of going through that. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could just brute force it and do, everything, but a genetic algorithm I think would get at the answer much faster.
Yeah, considering how much you have to backtest, I might look at how you did the parallelization first,
Hmm.
since that would make a lot of sense with genetic algorithm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I shared that under Martingale. You go to the very bottom here, it's like multi-processing is what I'm using. You
Mhm.
have to use multi-processing rather than threading because Lumi Bot already uses threading and they fight each other, right? So using multi-processing. And then, it's kind of like this, make your params, turn them into combinations, right? And then put it through multi-processing, right?
Cool.
And then, yeah, it's nothing super complicated, but if you want the code, it's there. That's my save. My Command S is not working for some reason. Okay, so we have all that. I think that's all the changes, right? Idle holding symbol, 0%, max loss, take profit, 48, ADX is 35.
Mhm.
I think that's it, right? Okay,
Oh.
so and the dates, make sure the dates is the same as well. June 4, May 1st. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so let's run this. Let's see if we get the same results. Starting with a different portfolio value, but I don't think that'll make much of a difference. Okay, so this is looking like it's working. Assuming this came out correct, what would be the next thing that we want to do? This is actually good because now this should work in paper trading, right? Like if we want to actually run this should work.
Yeah.
Right? Because pulling it from Y Finance, there's no dependency on a CSV file. So if you want to actually run this, you could run this at its current state. I believe so, right? So given that, what else would you guys want to change about this?
So if it doesn't check the weekend, then so if it's Monday, then it just checks Sunday instead of Friday.
No,
Yeah, it will
returns
fail.
zero.
Yeah, so it basically will guarantee that allow you to trade based on the way I wrote it. Well, we can pretty easily fix that.
Okay, so that is probably one of the first things we want to fix. So that's a good point. So we could fix that, right? So yeah, so basically what we'll do is like if it's a Monday, we'll always trade on a Monday. Is currently the way it's set up, or at
Well,
least we'll do the
we
fix.
should import the market data library and run it based on market days rather than the calendar.
You don't even have to do that. You could just say what is the previous date, like what is the closing of a previous date in the data frame. Like you don't even have to do the market calendar.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So why don't I make that change then? The index should not be in that format. And then previous date string should not be in that format. Previous date. So this is actually previous date time, right? So get previous date as a date object. It's fighting me on this. No. I think you go dot date if I'm not. This thing really wants to do as a string. Okay, so as a date, here's date. Okay, and then we go get the previous VIX value for maybe if I change all this here. Actually, this whole thing needs to kind of go. Because we want to get the closest date. Get the closest date to the previous date. Closest. Let's rephrase that. Current date. Yeah, let me change the current DT to be a little bit more proper because it's not, it's a date time, not a date, just to be clear with our naming conventions here. DT, not date. Huh? And then now get the row closest to the previous date. Get lock. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've never seen this before. Get lock. Get lock previous date method in yours. That's an interesting one. Yeah. And this whole thing doesn't really make sense because it would just default to closest, right? Get the row closest to previous date. And then there we go. I think this goes away. Let's see if this works. And just to get Vix val, just so we can debug it a little bit easier. Vix val. By the way, Jack, just out of curiosity, what do you do for a living?
My background's game development. Right now I'm doing some AI research, and I have the last 10 years I was doing slot machines. So all over the place, kind of.
Interesting. I feel like game developers are some of the best developers out there. Game development is really hard.
I mean, yes and no. You can get some really smart game developers, but it's kind of hacky code in a lot of ways. So like, certain things that they accomplish, certain algorithms will be super difficult and very math oriented, but they're also not good at just general software development. So it can be all over the place.
Makes sense. Unexpected keyword argument method. Okay. ChatGPT, what do you think about this? Let's give it a whirl. Exception is see what it thinks there. Oh, I love the fact that it's a desktop app. This is so cool. Oh, I love this.
Well, also the speed is very refreshing. This thing is they make you suffer with this unbelievably terribly slow thing at the super high price, so that you're so excited when they make they speed it up and make it cheaper.
Okay, all right. So, whoa, 400% for some reason. What the hell? Why did that all of a sudden happen?
Good question. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's one hell of a freaking value, man. But question is why? Because I think you use the same code, right?
I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't know, unless the historical
Oh, there's a different min wing size 2.
Oh,
We're using a min wing size of 2. You're using a min wing size of 1.
yeah, maybe leave it at 2.
Really? Yeah.
I was playing around with that, yeah.
Oh my God, 400% a year? What in the fuck?
What's the drawdown?
Jesus Christ, with a 29% drawdown? What the fuck is this?
That's pretty good. Now with the Mondays added, then you're gonna go to 1,000%, I guess.
Jesus Christ, what the I want to put my money into this. I'm not gonna lie. I think I know what I'm doing the next week. Oh my God.
We have to see the back test on this one over the 4 years, the
And
5
this back
years.
test,
Yeah.
this back test doesn't have the Monday fix?
Yeah, this is without the Monday fix.
Yeah, and
Wow,
it's also
Monday.
not 2020, 2021. So
Right. Yeah, it's not going over that time period. But I would think with that Monday fix, if we were to go back further, it would actually work better too.
Right, because it would be 20% worse.
Right. Right, exactly. 1/5. Okay, cool. That's a nice surprise. All right. So this ASOF thing, let me fix this. Yeah, I knew that was a little weird. I was like, what the heck was that get lock? That was a really weird thing. This I know will work. I've used this before. Except I don't know if this goes forward or backwards.
Hmm.
I think this goes backwards. Let's check though.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure it doesn't go forwards.
Yeah. Yeah, that would oh, what the heck? Error. Value should be timestamp or nat or array of those. Got date. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. ChatGPT, fix it. Okay, so previous date would be PD timestamp. But a timestamp, no, I would actually go the opposite direction. I disagree with it. I would actually go turn because the timestamp has times in it and it won't find actually no, if it's doing ASOF, I think it'll be fine. So this is we don't do this, we go PD dot timestamp as a timestamp. MPA timestamp. Okay, cool. That should work. Let's rerun this. Let's see if this fixes it. That is a wild return, man. Holy shit. 400% a year. This is insane. The drawdowns are not even that bad either. Like that's wild, man. Okay, all right. So let's see. Okay, there you go. Got it. Okay, so let's see if I got the right value. Let's check it. Let's go into here. Self-historical VIX. Self-historical VIX. And we're looking for the date. Oh 06 2005 22.
That's a long history.
Yeah, it's a very long history. Which is good because you can back test it further too if you wanted to, right? 06 06 05, right? 06 05 06 05. Okay, so that means if it's 06 05, that didn't exist as a weekend, so it should get the one previous. So it should get 24, no, 24.79 as a close. That's what it should have, 24.79. Is that what it got? 24.79. Perfect.
Awesome.
Great. Okay, so it's working. Okay, so let's now run this and see if this does even better than 400%. Okay, and then I think at the same time, this would actually be a good time to go further in the back test as well. All right, so we'll go all the way back here. Okay. And let's open up a new thing. Python, options, condor, or not, no, it's options, butterfly. So used to doing that. Butterfly, condor, main. Okay, and this, oh shoot, this is stupid thing. My save key isn't working for some reason. Wonder why. It's a little annoying. File, save. Okay, there we go. All right, and let's see how this does over a longer time period. Okay,
Cross
so
our fingers and hope it does better during those other drawdowns, but we'll see.
yeah, let's see. Oh, look at this. It looks like, why is this portfolio value hasn't changed at all? I think there's a bug somewhere here. Oh, maybe not. What the heck?
It looks like it's not trading much.
Yeah, there's something weird going on here. It is trading now though. Okay.
Well, let's eyeball the log.
Eyeball the log.
Log file, yeah, and so in any are the decisions for when it's not buying are you outputting log messages?
Let's see. Where's this get fix? Get fix value. You
Yeah,
put
yeah.
it-
So let's look at the log file.
yeah, detail VIX too high. Perfect. I like how you did this, by the way. This is great. So good work, Jack. Exit to avoid making trades. Okay.
You don't have to wait for it to finish to look at the log file.
Okay. Let me see. Logs, AO trader. It'd be easier to look at the trades file.
Yeah. Well, we want to see the decisions, right? So about why it's trading or not trading. So.
Well, you'll see that in the indicators HTML.
Yeah, but I want to look now. I don't want to wait till the back finishes. And plus, I want to see the log files anyhow. I know we already went through this about. I thought you learned your lesson about. Yes, read what it's actually doing. Don't look at the graph.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Like to learn how to do that too. Right, so it's just these.
Yeah, these are all the logs.
Yeah, it has a timestamp. It's in there with the trade file, so it's updating while it's running. So you can go eyeball it while it's running, or run a tail file on it, or whatever you like.
That's cool.
So So yes, what does it say about the VIX? What's happening?
Yeah, I guess let's search for that specifically. VIX is too high.
Not trading today. Not trading today. So we're getting these not trading today messages, not the VIX messages.
Yeah, I think it's maybe VIX is somewhere in that thing.
Well, what are these not trading today messages from?
See on the top where it says VIX is too high? Yeah, it is. It's just the column needs to be expanded.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's too high at they're not trained today. Okay, so it does seem to happen quite often. VIX is too high at 25.
Maybe this is where like you have two different competing strategies and one that's good for high volatility and one that's good for low volatility, and you could do something else on the days where it's too high.
Yeah, for sure. Something I've wanted to try for a while is you could do the opposite of a condor, like you could do like an inverted condor, right? So you actually make money if it shoots the opposite direction.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You don't have to have your wings be the same size. You can be, if you have a indicator for which direction, you can choose your wing sizes offset for higher
That's-
or lower.
Yeah, that was something I wanted to ask about too, is, and again, I'm still sort of trying to just fully understand the algorithm, but like, if you have a broken wing butterfly, if the condorization still works. But anyways, yeah, that's,
VIX too high, VIX too high, VIX too high. Yeah, now it's doing it quite often.
but maybe that was the period where it was failing before. Oh wait, no, this is the shorter.
Order, yeah. I don't know why the dates are off too. It's 2023. I guess maybe it didn't trade before here either. This made a really big change. This is surprising. Like, this is actually very strange why it would make such a big difference.
I mean,
You know what I want to try? I want to go just to see if this actually matches up. We can go check if the VIX is if it's a Monday, return 0.
to sort of back out the changes we just made.
Not exactly back them out, but maybe there's some other weird thing that's going on here. And if that Monday thing is really what it is, then we could just say if the current date is a Monday, then return 0. Right? Because that's kind of what was happening before, right? So in a way, it's backing out those changes. It is and it isn't, right? It's kind of like,
And what is the VIX limit at?
Like 14 something, I think. It's pretty low because that was the threshold where I started seeing the biggest drawdowns on this when I was looking at the history.
So yeah, like 2020 spent the entire year over 20.
yeah, that makes sense. Why? Yeah, it was quite a few.
And also most of 2022 as well.
Yeah. So in a way, we can just say, if the VIX is very high, then just trade 1 day a week. You don't have to trade that often when the VIX is very high. Maybe that's kind of like an ideal solution here. Or maybe if the VIX is very high, we can change the wing size or something. Like
I really like that idea where you do an inverted strategy. Like you choose some set point, and then above it, you plan on it changing, and below it, you plan on it not changing.
Right. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways that we could do that. Well, Nathan, I don't know if you're still here. I just saw this message. Will there be a recording? Yes, there's a recording if you're part of the pro plan. To answer your question, I don't know if you're still here, Nathan. Actually, no, there will be a recording. There's an open house. Yeah, we'll send the recording. What am I talking about? We send it out to everybody. But I don't think he's here anymore. But you'll get that email. Okay, so now we're running that difference.
Still not trading much.
Yeah, which makes sense. Yours is trading. I mean, how often was yours trading, right? Like, let's see. Like, there's still quite a few of these like
Plateaus.
periods. Yeah, so I don't think yours is trading that much either. I think that's also why your back test runs so fast. Yeah, look, VIX too high, VIX too high. So this is, I think, your original one. Or actually, no, this isn't your original one, but this is one that still did quite well. There's actually that one that we did that worked out really well.
Yeah, with the low VIX, you're gonna spend a lot of time not trading. When we were looking at this, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, or maybe a few, that's where the sentiment thing came in. We were looking for applying a measure of the velocity of the VIX rather than, or whatever the trend is, something like this, rather than a fixed level.
Yeah, I remember we were thinking about that.
Well, we did try a couple different things, and that's why the sentiment thing was in there for a while. But there's, we can just, there's a variety of signals that compute directly off the VIX itself instead of something indirect.
Right. We also weren't doing the VIX before. We're doing implied volatility. I don't think we're actually using the VIX,
Oh, that's right. Implied volatility. Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
similar but different,
Similar but different. But I think the thing, it probably is the case that yeah, when the VIX is volatile, then, or when the VIX is accelerating, then watch out, right? So
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So I mean, this definitely had a lot of these VIX too high messages, right? So I think that just trade on Mondays when the VIX is too high. Why it works, I don't know, but that seems to be the case. That seems to be
A ton of ideas though for future modifications and playing around.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
well, one thing that helps a lot in exploration on this is, rather than running a gazillion different scenarios, is to plot some data, right? So having things like a scatter plot of win-loss versus VIX, this kind of thing on a per day chart and things, and that would make it a lot more into it, and then you'll be able to see more from a single run of data.
So what do you mean by that exactly? What would you plot?
So you run the back test for trade each day, and then you put into a plot the previous day's VIX and the previous day's VIX delta or gradient using an EMA or something like this and then you could eyeball it and it's yeah, here's where things go bad. And there's a line there, right?
We can add that to our indicators plot.
Yeah.
Because we're plotting VIX too high, but we're not actually plotting the value of the VIX itself.
Right.
So, we could start with that and get VIX value.
Like I say, the thing I'd like to see is that indicator value versus the win-loss rather than time.
Circle blue. I would use a different. What does our chart look like? What color are we not using?
Not a ton of purple. What other colors? I guess any color.
Purple's pretty neutral. Purple.
Green.
Purple square, maybe. Isn't really anything like that. Purple square. Yeah. Get the VIX value and then check if the VIX is too high. There we go. Okay, so that'll give us a little bit more plotting ability. But holy crap, look at this thing. This thing is at a very high level here. I think the Monday thing is where it's at.
So my bug was a feature.
Yeah, apparently. Cool. I love it when that happens.
So that was always buy on a Monday.
Yeah, so
Apparently,
Monday. Yeah.
always do outrun the algorithm on Monday.
There we go. Look at that. Buying a Monday. Oh wait, is this a different one? No, this is the right one. This is yeah, because look at this. VIX is too high for very long periods of time. So if VIX is too high, only buy on a Monday. Huh. I wonder why that would work. That seems
Well, it's Tuesdays when all the action's in, right? So I don't know.
I wonder if that works with other days too. Why only buy on a Monday? It works. You can't argue with that.
Well, no, but I would like to learn more. Like I say, if we can do this win
Or
loss, this profit versus indicators like VIX or VIX velocity, be very interesting.
Yeah. So I was restarting this because my hotkeys aren't working and it's getting to be pretty annoying. Why is my hotkey not working?
Well, I think the weekly, the wick on the weekly candle is usually formed on Monday. Monday usually consolidates.
So maybe Mondays are just good days to trade. I mean, we could test this with different days of the week, right? Just to keep it simple.
Mondays are kind of known to be lower volatility, and also actually on Mondays you get the least profits. If you're a day trader, you get the least the least profit on Mondays. When I look at my profits, Mondays are my worst days. Also, so it's probably that's why you get less drawdowns on Mondays too. So
That's super interesting.
Interesting, yeah, because we could try different days. First of all, sorry, I want to fix this because it's driving me a little crazy. In my VS, actually, let me try doing the voice thing here.
Hey there, I've got a really great feeling.
Sure, yeah. In my VS Code, my hotkey for save stopped working, and when I press Command S on my MacBook in VS Code, it's no longer saving. How do I fix it?
There might be a few reasons why your hotkey for saving in VS Code has stopped working. Here are some steps to troubleshoot and potentially fix the issue. 1. Check key bindings. Open VS Code. Go to Code Preferences, Keyboard Shortcuts, or press Command-K, Command-S. In the search bar, type Save. Check if Command-S is still bound to File Save. If not, you can reassign it. 2. Reset key bindings. In the keyboard shortcut settings, click on the icon with 3 dots in the top right corner and select Reset Key Bindings. 3. Check extensions. Sometimes extensions can override default key bindings. Disable your extensions one by one to see if one of them is causing the issue. 4. Update VS Code. Ensure that your VS Code is up to date. Sometimes bugs are fixed in newer versions. Go to Code, check for updates. 5. Check for conflict.
Okay. So it was telling me to go, okay, Code Preferences, Keyboard Shortcuts. But when I did the other thing, it was saying Command K. That's not working for me either. Command P. Okay, that works. Okay. I guess my key bindings all screwed up then. Code Preferences, Keyboard Shortcuts. Code. I don't see that. That's keyboard shortcuts there. This looks fine. Have you guys ever had to do this?
I rarely change such things because otherwise, hopefully the defaults stay where they are. But
Yeah, it looks like it's still fine.
Yeah, I've had,
Oh, let's see. And so the Chat GPT, what's their hotkey? Is it
It's option space.
yeah, there's no way they would take Command S. That would be crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just wondering, yeah, it's just okay. So, yeah, I don't know.
I have had situations where similar to this, I think, but I never solved it and it just came back. So not gonna be much help.
I have a feeling if I just restart it. What if I just shut down VS Code? Actually, do I have some back tests running or no? No, we don't anyways. So let me just totally shut it down. What was that joke from have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
It ain't no joke. It fixes 90% of technical problems.
Honestly, it's crazy. Yeah. Okay.
Although I was just watching one of those air disaster things about the Singapore Airlines captain who tried that, and it did not go well.
That is terrifying, by the way. I was gonna actually bring it up to you guys. That is so freaking scary. Like on the way, by the way, on the way to SF, I actually almost had a similar situation where the plane, when it was landing, it all of a sudden, I've never actually experienced turbulence like this before. Normally, turbulence is like it's just like rocky and like you kind of picks up and goes down. This was just like everything was fine, and all of a sudden you see the wing go crazy high, and like literally, like I went airborne in my seat. It was like, what the hell is going on? People were like freaking out on the airplane.
Yeah. Keep your seatbelt fastened while seated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, so the bottom line on this thing with the Singapore guys is the problem was the first officer who was on the controls didn't know how to fly the freaking plane without the automatic Airbus controls. So when it actually put the plane in his hands, he pulled the stick back, which pulls the nose up and stalled the thing all the way down from 44,000 feet to just slamming flat into the ocean.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
And the captain's pushing forward but the captain's saying pull up. Well, you have to push to go up. And you would of course know this if it was muscle memory, but the guy never hardly actually flew the plane. The computers flew the plane almost all the time.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that's what happened with the Singapore flight specifically?
Yeah, it was 2014.
Oh, back in not this one. So, 'cause I'm wondering what exactly happened with this one. They just hit a pocket of air? Like that seems very bizarre to me.
Well, turbulent. Yeah, well, it's probably wake turbulence or something like that. Of course, we do get climate change, so the air will be becoming more volatile over time.
Yeah.
But you weren't flying Singapore Airlines, were you? Who were you flying?
I was flying, I think, Porter Airlines, which is a Canadian airline.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Canadians are pretty trustworthy. It isn't Singapore Airlines.
Singapore is very trustworthy too. I mean, they're like
well, they're a very authoritarian country, keeping things clean, but that does not mean they have a well-rounded, honest, open, and practical team effectiveness in the cockpit. A lot of egos running around there. So yeah, having structural and imposition of people's positions and stuff like this does not actually turn out. Often leads to disaster. That's where a lot of that crew coordination, teamwork fails, and a lot of these disasters.
Makes sense.
Hey, Jim, I think the crash you referred to is Air France.
No, there was one for Singapore as well.
2014.
The Singapore one they found right away because the ocean was only like 50 meters deep, and they got the plane right away. But that was very similar to the Air France. They had the same problem. They lost situational awareness, and the guys weren't skilled enough to fly the instruments and get it back under control. But yeah, the captain, they were having this alert that kept flashing on, and he finally was tired of following the instructions. So he went to the breakers and pulled the breakers on these things instead of hitting the off and on buttons. and it just shut down all the computers, and it was in manual control. And they couldn't fly it, and the first officer couldn't fly it. Stalled it, and they never recovered.
Yeah, that's really scary. Honestly, it's all these issues, by the way, are all in Boeing airplanes. Like, it really makes you not want to fly.
No, these are both the Air France and Singapore. These are Airbus. The problem is that so the downside of the Airbus systems having super automated systems that don't rely on the pilots knowing how to fly the plane is that when they have to fly the plane because the computer switches itself off, they don't have enough flying experience of actually piloting the plane and controlling it. So it's a two-sided problem there.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so I'm adding. I can't figure out this stupid shortcut. Then it's driving me crazy. I'm not going to keep you guys time first. I'm going to set up a parameter called ignore VIX on day of week, right? Actually, we'll go day of week to days of week to ignore VIX. So that's Monday, right? And we can rerun this.
And so is this another 0 day, or what's the expiration? What's the hold time?
What do you mean?
I wasn't paying close attention. What is the actual trade? Is it 0 DTE on SPY?
Oh yeah, it's the butterfly thing, which I think is a 1 DTE.
1. Mm-hmm.
No, 0. No, 0 DTE. So 0 DTE butterfly at 10:30 a.m. And then if it fails, it converts over to a condor. Okay, days of week to ignore VIX. I'll go. Actually, I'll keep this here, VIX value.
Well, that was the threshold check right there.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, because we had it inside of here, the, right, check if the current day, if it's Monday, right, I'm going to pull this out, right, and then I'll put it up here, VIX value, we'll go,
We should check this before getting the VIX value, because if you're going to ignore it, don't get it.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to get something.
Yeah, you're right. There's no point in even getting it. So check if it's a day that we should ignore the VIX threshold. Day of week. Oh, we already get the day of week. Shows the day of week to trade. Day of trade. Okay, day of week. Okay, pass. Else. Okay, that's what they want to do. It's kind of a strange. I guess that works, but I think better not in. Right.
Well, oh, okay.
That's still gonna work? I think that'll still work, no?
Yeah.
It just seems weird to me to do like an empty if statement.
Yeah, no, I like, yeah, I agree. So yeah, we just skip over this, and so so it just will trade, yeah. So that's yeah.
Okay, so running this here. So we could try different days of the week. I just out of curiosity, right? What if we try Tuesday, right? Python options verify. All right, so now if we ignore it on a Tuesday, right? If we ignore it on a Wednesday, right? Be interesting just to see how each one of those days works. Not a very sophisticated thing here, but
Well, Google search says Monday afternoon is a desirable time to make option purchases.
say why?
As it has historically tended to drop at the start of the trading week, experts suggest selling on Fridays right before the Monday dip occurs.
Okay. Okay, so we're testing all the days of the week. We're trying Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, we'll see if this is a fluke, or maybe it's just, on times where the VIX is very high, trading just one day a week. That seems kind of odd, right? Monday seems kind of like it would make more sense. Maybe Friday would do better. I don't know.
Friday are worse. Friday are very volatile actually.
Hmm.
Mondays are pretty good. Yeah, Fridays usually everything is messy.
I feel like that would make a lot of sense in general because Fridays is the day before the weekend.
Yes, people are gonna get out of there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing to watch out for is when using the thread pool, we do not have locking on the thread files, and in fact, basically in any of the data handling stuff. So that's where we were seeing these things about the corrupted files, about the invalid loads, like from Yahoo and stuff like this. So until that's fixed, you don't want to run thread pools if there's any actual downloading happening.
Okay. What would be the consequence of doing that?
You saw those, you were getting those invalid file errors. And actually my so-called fix made it worse, because what was happening before is at least the file would eventually get downloaded. But with my thing about removing the file, because what's happening, the reason it's invalid is because it's in the process of writing to the file. And then another thread comes along, tries to read it. And actually what's supposed to happen, of course, is supposed to stop and wait, right? So either way is bad. So yeah, so it's not the multi-threading support isn't in there yet. I mean, the locking needed to make multi-threading work.
Okay. Well, I mean, even that would cause an issue because in this case, I'm running 5 separate processes, not even just threads. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's okay here because you already run the back test and all the data you're using is already in the cache, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But I'd say if you were to change it and make an update to cause new data to be downloaded, that would be a problem. You would only want to run a single thread in that case.
Right. That makes
And
sense.
then once you got the data in, then you could run multi-thread on the next run.
Right. This makes me wonder, like, what if we just change the fix? What if the whole thing is like just trade on Mondays? Like, what if that's like the main benefit here? Like
Didn't you just run that one? Did you just show that chart?
Well, but it's also including VIX threshold. So if the VIX
Oh.
is low or it's a Monday, right? I guess that kind of makes sense. So it's like if it's a Monday or the
Yeah, we can try. Doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, I mean, you can just set the VIX threshold to
so
0 or whatever. So
it's like 1,000, and then days to trade is just the
no,
Monday.
you want it to be 0, right? You want it to only trade on Mondays, right?
Well, VIX threshold means that you have to have a VIX lower than this. So yeah, you'd have to set it pretty high.
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah. Upside down, so many sideways.
Yeah. Okay. Days a week to trade, we just set to Monday, and then we do. Okay. All right. Okay. So while these things are running, what would you guys like to try? Anything else you want to try?
You just reverted that change, right? You saw the VIX is 13 again.
Yeah, I put it back because I ran it already. I saved it. I
Oh,
ran. Yeah, this is already running here.
I think this might work even better on margin
Even better on what?
gain.
On the Martin.
there, that error message right there is what I'm talking about. So for whatever reason, you got a download on a file that wasn't already downloaded.
Yeah.
So that's caused an error because it's not going to actually get the data it asks for.
Right. That makes sense.
I mean, might be a silent error other than that message, right? It's the logic's not going to be correct.
Yeah, I wonder if there's actually like implications to how it's trading. Let's let it run anyways, but yeah, maybe. I think some results in here. Tuesdays don't seem to work well. Monday. Got some stuff here. Jack says has to drop. She needs to slow down. LOL. Latoya. Yeah, Jack says after Trump has been super interesting and enlightening. I have learned a lot. It seems like there's some deeper work here to fully investigate this, but I'm still feeling optimistic. I completely agree with that. Need to drop also. Looking forward to seeing where you land. Thanks for the session. No problem, Chris. Alvaro, it seems that before 2022 DTE was not available for every day of the week, so the backtest prior 2022 might not be relevant in 2022 traders. Yeah, that definitely did happen, Alvaro. So I agree with you that it's not that it's invalid, but yeah, it's definitely different before 2022. So, you know, you want to add longer time periods, but then if things were set up differently, I think you're right. You know, like it's, you know, longer back test maybe is adding more value, maybe it's not. That's definitely a question mark. I agree. Okay. We got this stuff going.
So they actually charge so much more money for it that it's not even valid data. Might not be even valid data.
Well, no, it's valid data. It's just that it didn't trade that often, right? Prior to 2022, VIX or options on the SPY or even SPX only traded Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's the only difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So in many ways, it's a different strategy back then, right? Because it wasn't trading every day.
Mhm.
So does it even make sense to go back that far? Maybe, maybe not, right? This Monday thing seems to be making a nice impact, though. It's up to a lot here. Okay, this is only Mondays. Still quite good, only Mondays. And then we'll have it only Mondays or low VIX days in a second. That one's
So
above.
this is Mondays without even checking VIX.
Yeah, there's Mondays without even checking VIX, 140%. Just purely, just only trade Mondays. Now this is either low VIX or a Monday, 300%. Huge increase, actually. Okay, so the VIX thing does actually matter. I think that is a good addition. If it's a Monday or if it's a low VIX day, trade. Otherwise, no.
Right. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. That's wild. Okay.
Yeah, well, do check it in at a convenient point. We'll take it apart and see what's happening.
Absolutely. I mean, we're getting really good results right now, so I could check this in currently. Right. Why did I do this?
Yeah.
Also update the back test for this. So we'll go this, we'll save this as a PDF. Print. Save as PDF. Save.
Maybe I'll have to get a Tradier account. So
Account you will, yeah. I mean, for 300%, Jesus Christ.
yeah, what kind of improvement am I looking for?
Yeah, exactly, right. I couldn't agree more. Okay, so we got options, butterfly condor. Save it here. Place that. And then actually go to that folder. Strategy
Of course,
library.
you understand we're part of the bubble that's going to break this thing.
I mean, I don't think there's enough of us to really break it right now, personally. You know, I just don't think we have that many people trading this right now. I mean, the SPY is quite liquid. I think, at least.
So
Well,
this
I mean, I don't know. I don't understand options at all. So I don't know how they break, but somehow I'm sure they will. Yeah, these are pretty absurd returns.
Yeah, I agree. There will definitely be something that breaks this at some point. Like that's just how markets function.
Yeah. So get while it getting good.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's still pretty good too. Yeah, we'll investigate that in a second. Hold on. Oh, wait. Got a lot of stuff out here. Clear up. Oh, wait a minute. Shoot, I want to actually keep those. Butterfly condor, butterfly condor, butterfly condor. Okay, so we'll investigate that in a second. For now, I'm just going to save this to options, butterfly condor. There we go. And then let's check this in. I mean, these are outstanding returns. So I think saving this as is makes a lot of sense. Yeah, these are code changes, results. Yeah. Added check for the VIX value. That's wild, man. I think what I'm gonna do tonight is I'm gonna set this up on paper trading, and we can start watching this thing actually trade. Okay, so here's some of the other ones. This one is ignore Friday or only trade Friday for the VIX. This one is, what is that? Wednesday. This one is Monday. This one's also Monday. Okay. So Monday still seems to be the right one to do. But this one's also pretty good. Yeah, this is Wednesday. 191%. But a much bigger drawdown. So it seems like Monday is kind of like the day to do this, right? Like you just make condors and butterflies on Mondays.
seems
Yeah. That kind of makes logical sense to me. Right? If the VIX is low or it's a Monday, put on a butterfly. Otherwise, do not do it.
Condor probably will look even better than this. If we try the same kind of scenarios on the Condor, we probably get a little bit smoother results too. Maybe even better return.
Yeah, maybe. It's possible. Okay, so I guess the question is, what do you guys want to go from here? What do you want to do from here?
I just said it.
Okay, so that's what you want to do. What do the rest of you guys want to work on? Any other ideas, thoughts? This is a Tuesday. It seems like the earlier in the week, the better.
What if we let it expire instead of closing the trade at the end of the day?
What was that?
How about letting it expire rather than closing the trade?
Letting it expire rather than closing the trade. That's kind of like what the Condor does. Time to close. So I think if we just set time to close So we can set that to none. Maybe that will work. Let me try that out. Time to close. Actually, I guess what we could do is just set time to close to be a high value. Instead of 15, maybe make it like 20 or something, which is like way after. Oh, this one did not do well. What was this? Thursdays. Don't do it on Thursday.
These options stay going. They stay open until 15 minutes after markets close. So
Okay.
anytime after that.
Yeah, so 20, like 8 p.m., 8:30, like I think that's sufficiently long enough. Let's run that. Let's see how that works. Okay. We'll let that run, and then maybe you guys think about it a little bit what you guys want to work on next. It's starting to get kind of late, but I think we'll have time for a little bit more here before we start to close up. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water, use the bathroom, we'll take a quick break, and then I'll see you guys back in like 5 minutes, right?
Hey, what did Robert do to download the app on the Mac?
So if you sign into ChatGPT, they should pop up a message to you and give you the download link.
Okay, I just signed out and signed back in.
And I was gonna go find the download link. Let me if that doesn't work, I'll track it down here.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah, I pasted in the chat.
Okay, appreciate it.
It may only be the other thing is they're rolling it out. So so you have a Plus account?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So yeah, you should. Yeah, they should have. Although I may have forgotten. I thought they were going to say like send out emails or something, and I was anxiously, refreshing and looking everywhere to. And it's funny. There was I found a YouTube video. A guy shared a link by it, but of course I was too scared to download the link he shared. But actually, I think it turned out the guy had it was legit. He had shared the a correct image, but he didn't have the this link.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess OAI static is OpenAI's static file server.
Yeah.
But it's pretty fun. Like I say, it's a conversational. So I've been working on this stuff a long time, building conversational agents and all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, we've never had anything like this. It's so smooth. And
Yeah. So it tells me, it says coming soon. I don't have access to the desktop app yet, but I'm paying for it. So it could be like on a rollout. Maybe it's just
yeah, it is rolling out. So it could be, if you haven't been using it frequently, you may not be, maybe that's, but you could also ping support and say, what's up with this?
I mean, I talked to ChatGPT before I talked to anybody in the morning.
But it said that to you on this site. So how does it know right? Oh, you mean when you try to open it?
Yeah, when I try to open it, it tells me I don't have access to the desktop app yet. I think they're
Yeah.
trying to roll it because they don't want the service to crash. Because
Right. I mean,
yeah,
that's definitely for sure. I've had several, especially in the mornings out here, had things like the voice is, the audio, the voice thing is just busted and stuff like that. But I haven't been using it a lot. Obviously, I tried it a lot when it came out, but
yeah.
so yeah, they definitely have um capacity issues with because people, it's like me. It's like you use it a whole lot right at the beginning, and then most people, it dies off pretty quick.
This just for Mac right now, right?
Yeah.
Not for PC, right?
They also have now I haven't compared. It's actually the Android and iPhone apps are not that different. And 4.0's on them. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, if you got, they have Android and iPhone apps, and the little headphone icon there, that's basically the same experience.
But do they also have it for Windows? It's like they don't have it for Windows.
Coming later.
Yeah, coming later, that one, yes.
Yeah, Silicon Valley doesn't use Windows.
I guess not. Except for Intel. Intel probably still does.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all the cool kids have Macs. So, but yeah. Yeah, the things about desktop integration that it doesn't, I didn't find any features that actually are all that specific and useful for the desktop, like accessing your files and this kind of stuff. It's because I didn't go research all that and find out exactly what else. So like I say, it's really pretty much the same kind of experience as you get on the mobile app with the little headphone icon.
Well, if you're using it for programming, for coding and stuff, you want to, cut and paste your code and things like that, then
it works the same as the as in the browser, right? So the way it works with files and stuff like this, it doesn't currently able to do things like, oh yeah, connect me to your share folders and this kind of stuff. It's still upload, download, same kinds of things you do with the browser app. So it's functionally right now the same. It's really the same as in the browser.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I find different, because whenever I try to use ChatGPT in the browser, I can never get the voice thing to work. Like, I don't know about you, but I'll go here and there's this little icon. Oh, now it works. But this is, for me, a lot of times this functionality stops working. I don't understand why. I think it's some sort of a bug in some browser or something. And also just the speech recognition in the Mac is kind of crappy, I find, compared to ChatGPT. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So we don't know. So we don't actually have the
there's no like
yeah, no, we don't have the voice experience in the browser right now. So it's, but like I say, it is basically the same as on the on mobile.
Right. But the advantage is that, on mobile, I could talk to it, but if I'm trying to do something code, like for example, like what I think is really cool is that you could go here and I'll give it some code or whatever, and then I can talk to it about the code. Right. I think that personally it's like something that I really want to do, like be able to like talk about code with my voice.
Yeah. Also, I primarily use VS Code for that, and of course I'm working on my own solutions. But one workaround for this, for folks who want to do that, the sessions are shared based on your account. So if you use voice on the mobile app, you can go to the browser and click on that session and copy and paste or upload, download files, that kind of stuff.
Holy crap, did you see this? So Worth, that was a very good suggestion, it seems like. That hold to expiry, I'm pretty sure that's what this is doing. We can go through it in detail, but holding to expiry got to 450%, it seems.
That's very interesting.
That is very interesting.
Because the whole thing about the so what we don't have in the back test though, and the thing that everybody's afraid of with SPY and why we have all this discussion about SPX is you can get your position might get closed, right? So
Yeah.
So that's something that's not being simulated in the back test.
Yeah, it's assuming that it gets cash settled, right? Which is not true for SPY. Although when we had that discussion last time, it seems like it kind of does get cash settled. So we can just add in some code to just sell it, you know?
Well, that's what you had. That's what you just turned off and to get these higher numbers.
So what's the reason we are not doing SPX on this? It's too expensive?
We haven't tried that, but to be quite honest with you, every time I've run SPX with the Condor Martingale, it just didn't seem like it was a good idea. Maybe there's a bug or something in it, but SPX didn't seem like a good idea for SPY seemed to get better numbers. But again, there's something broken with the Condor Martingale right now. Like we actually need to fix that bug.
Right. So I mean, I guess the problem might not be SPX. The problem might be something we need to fix, right? Because SPX is something that's widely traded. It's it's the most liquid asset there is. So it's so it seems like if we fix that problem, it would really enhance our ability to trade.
Yeah. Well, there may or may not be a problem, but for example, the data, particularly for back testing that we get for XPX is different than the way we get it for SPY, right? So that's one of the issues. So there could be a data issue here or some other things, right? So
yeah.
But yeah, we should definitely run on SPX just to see what it looks like. But we can do that later or afterwards, or we can try it ourselves or whatever. So
yeah, this is wild, man. Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking personally is if holding it to expiry is that good of an idea. It seems like it is here.
This is in case it doesn't need to, I guess, repair it, convert it to a condor. This does convert it to condor if it's challenged, right? For this butterfly.
Yeah, it does do that.
So if it doesn't need to repair it, then it's holding, I guess, to expire, to just expire. Well, I mean, why not? So I mean, as long as you don't get assigned, there is no reason to really sell it. So that way you collect it. So it makes sense that the return is higher, because if you sell it, you just give up a little bit of a little bit of the profit, right? So that makes sense.
Well, I mean, if we're to hold it to close, right? So here I kind of made it more formalized. I want to just rerun this to make sure it got the same numbers. What I added in, and I haven't shared this code with you guys yet, but what I added into the Condor Martingale one is that, this seems like the SPY is better, right? Compared to SPX, at least from what I've seen, right? In terms of the results. But the problem is that you might get assigned. So we could just add in code that says, if you have SPY, just sell it. Like if you did get assigned, right? Then just sell it. right? But I guess you get assigned in the middle of the day, which would really suck. Right? Like they force on, like not at the expiration, we get assigned somewhere halfway through the day. I guess that could cause some pretty big issues. But what do you think about that? Just adding in code that says, if you got assigned the underlying symbol, then sell it.
I think it's a good idea because that way your code would keep running without having to pay attention to it.
Right.
If you get assigned, then you have to sell the underlying, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I can add that code in here. We could just say, check if we hit the profit trailing stop. So I'll just go here. So check if we got assigned the underlying asset. If yes, then sell it. Right? So if asset symbol is equal to symbol, got assigned symbol, selling now, and then create order, symbol sell. Okay. So this should, I think, do it, right? This is what I set up in the Condor Martingale, right? We loop through our positions. If a position symbol is the same as the symbol for the underlying asset, log out saying we're selling it because we got assigned, create the order to sell the entire quantity that we have and submit that order. Right? Okay, so I'll add that in. This is an even crazier looking graph than the other one. This is looking wild. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run this thing in paper trading. It's personally what I'd really like to do. Okay, I'll check this in because this is our best back test so far. So I'll just push this up to the strategy library. This should all work. Setting time or set time to close to none, meaning that we hold to expiry. Okay, cool. That is one hell of a return, guys. 158%.
Oh, absolutely. What's the drawdown? 33?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I go for that. Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't get worse, yeah.
This
That's
is crazy.
yeah.
I really want to try running this. I mean, one thing we could also try is why don't we go back further in time? That's something that, I think would make a lot of sense. Is now we have this thing that worked really well. What about, going back the full 4 years, right? Or 4.5 years. Okay, so we can run that back test. We'll see what happens. These back tests are running a lot faster too, because it's only on Mondays. Must be filled quantity. Must be, what the heck is going on here? Oh, wait a minute. Actually, and position dot assets, the asset type equals stock. That's a bug fix. That's that screw things up. Let me push it the bug fix. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Holy shit. Like imagine you put in 35K and it became $500,000 almost. I would be very happy if that happened to me over the course of 2 years. More than $500,000. Can you imagine? Like, holy shit.
Don't underestimate the slippage when actually trying to
Yeah.
these things to execute.
I'm sure in real life there will be differences, right? Like I don't think this is gonna like match up exactly to real life, but even if it's like half of this, I'd be extremely happy. You know what I mean? Okay. TP says, what was that a specific day of the week? What is that in context to, TP? Specific day of the week. What do you mean by that? We changed it to basically this only does Mondays. Mondays or low volatility days, basically.
Okay, yeah, that the one it was 458%. I know you said earlier I'm in and out, so I'm not catching everything, but I thought I heard at one point you guys were talking about Tuesday did pretty good.
Yeah, Tuesday did all right too, but Monday seemed to be the best one.
Okay.
Yeah, Monday, and then we modified it. Worth had the idea of hold it to expiration. So this is Monday's holding to expiration as opposed to selling it before at 3:30, which kind of makes sense. To me, I actually think it makes a lot of sense to hold to expiration because the Condor Martingale has similar kind of thing, right? Like you hold it to expiration, that's the thing that actually really makes a big difference, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the after hour stuff won't bother you?
What do you mean it would bother me?
I mean, I thought they said stuff can go downhill and after market closes sometimes.
Expires
A little bit of turbulence, huh? Say that again.
It expires at closing. When it closes the day on Friday, it officially expires the option.
Oh,
You,
okay.
you won't trade anymore after hours.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But then actually on Saturday, then it expires. But at the close of the market, basically it's done.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So let's give us the same result. Crazy, man. Holy shit. This is just nuts, man. Okay. So it's 11:20. I'm personally trying to slow down a bit. Is there anything like easy last minute things that you guys want to try out? I know we want to get to the Condor Martingale thing. I think that's going to be way too much. Yeah.
Next week, then no, we don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to keep you too long, Rob. As long as you did so much, you do so much, we really appreciate it. So, yeah, maybe next week we'll revisit that. So,
Yeah, we can definitely.
Yeah, this is all very exciting. Maybe the last thing is just fire off one SPX run, and so we can see what that looks like.
Well,
yeah,
that's
just run it and let's see what happens.
say SPX.
You score.
Can you do it?
yeah. SPX is actually a pretty big change that we'd have to do.
Oh, okay. So what do we get? So that's what I thought, because there were a number of issues. So what's affected to SPX?
Yeah, so if we want to do SPX, we have to change this from a symbol to an asset, right? Because it's an index, right?
Yeah.
That propagates through everything, right?
Yeah.
We're not looking for symbol, whatever. There's like a bunch of changes required for that. And then we have to load the SPX data as well through a CSV.
Right. And so this is back testing on Polygon?
Correct, yes. And Polygon does not have index historical data.
Right.
You probably have to change the strikes too, right? The strike, yeah, the probably need to be
Well,
some.
that's, oh, you know, there's a mini SPX, right? Which has the same numbers as the SPY.
It's not as liquid, that one. Yeah, that's PS.
But we're not trading it, right? So are you saying there's a lot of drift?
It's not as liquid.
I mean, does the price track at just the 10x or 1/10, whatever direction that is?
I'm sure. I'm not sure the pricing. I think it's smaller though, right? It's closer to us, but it is index. It's not.
Yeah. So there's a 1/10 SPX.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that one, that one is a good one, except it's not nearly as liquid as SPX. It's a good one if your budget is, for some reason, you have a limited budget, or for other reasons, people trade that. But because
the
SPX
price
can get expensive, really, in terms of options, because it's 100, and it's huge, the price.
So the prices will be different for the mini SPX than the SPX. Is that what you're saying?
Much lower, yes, much lower. It's about, yeah, it's close to SPY, the price, yes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So it has the same size as SPY.
I believe, I haven't traded that, but I've heard, yeah, I think it's close to SPY. We can look it up, but I haven't traded that myself.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. So I did look it up, and so there's a mini SPX, which has the same you know, it's also a 1/10 of the S&P 500. So the numbers are the same as for SPY.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I was saying, so because what Robert was talking about, the difficulty in running SPX, I say, well, one of the things, so we don't have to change the numbers, we could run this on the mini SPX.
Right. It's just the liquidity is even lower than SPY on that one. It's very low liquidity. So you don't really get, so you might as well run the SPY if you're concerned about liquidity. But then you get the benefit of, you don't get assigned with that one too. So if you're concerned about being assigned, then that's a good option. But if you're concerned about liquidity, SPY is a better option. So those are the things. But SPX is the ultimate option, the best option. If you can get it to work, and you can afford the pricing and all that stuff.
SPX or SPY?
SPX. SPX.
Okay. Okay. So we'll work on that. So I'm always thinking about whatever's right in front of me right now, my pile of things. But yeah, let's, you know, we'll try and get this sorted out by you know, or maybe we'll sort it out at next week, like you were saying.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey Rob, I got a question on the Condor Martingale. Yep. I want to know which tag did you said the May 2nd, but I did a back test on the May 2nd code with the parameters from the original Martingale, and it didn't perform well.
So the one that I personally have running on my, like the one that I'm running with my money, right? So just so I got that code from that May 2nd date, but I changed the parameters to be this Lumi Wealth 6 parameters. These are them right here. Right, which is the 140 quantities to trade. That's kind of the most important one.
Okay. So what I did the May 2nd, but I used the parameters from the Condor Martingale, which one was it? The original one that we put out, that one.
Yeah, this one kind of has like erratic prices. Like when you actually backtest this, it does like a lot of like zigzags. It still did very well. I think it was still up like 120%, but it had quite a bit of these like big drops, which is why I didn't want to put my money personally into that. If that's how it has historically performed, and you know, if I'm looking at my account, all of a sudden there's 50% of it gone one day,
right,
I'm not very happy. You know, I mean, even if it does do 100 and something% a year, even if that does end up happening, I still wouldn't be very comfortable with those 50% drops out of nowhere, you know.
So the one you use is
I'm using this.
Agree.
That's what I personally put my money into.
Options Condor.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one is it again? Can you go back to it? It's the Options Condor Martingale 3. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah, it's been doing well in paper trading so far. So I feel pretty confident putting my money into this. Just because like it's done well in paper trading, it has a good back test, the drawdowns aren't that crazy.
Yeah.
Seems like a good idea to me. We'll find out, I guess. Pray for me. But I think I don't know, I feel pretty confident in it. I feel pretty good about this. You know?
Bro, VIX has been about 12 and a half this past couple of days. So just keep that in mind. It's been pretty smooth. So, well, we are kind of rooting for you, and I hope it works so we can copy the same thing. But hopefully.
Well, honestly, what I'm thinking after this whole session that we did today, I kind of want to put my money into this other thing. Like this seems way more appealing. But like if this actually is true, 450% a year, like holy shit, like I'm definitely down for that.
Yeah, and you barely, I mean, you trade 1/3 of the time, and which is fine. I mean, why do you want to trade so often and then keep, having those drawdowns? You just trade the right time, and that's why not?
Yeah.
It seems like it makes a lot of sense to me too. So
Yeah, and I think this actually would be pretty good on the PDT rule too, because it's like it's trading less often anyways, right? Which is good.
I was gonna say that it's good for under 25K.
Right. Yeah, well, what I just did is I set up another IRA account on Tradier. So I'm gonna now transfer money over into that too. So I want to have one account that's like 10K and another account that I showed you guys that's like 28K. And I want to actually attempt to run that Condor Martingale in that smaller account, like a 10K account or something, and I can let you guys know if it works for me, right? What happens if I violate the PD2 rule? Do they like shut down my account? Like, what are the consequences?
You're locked out.
I'm locked
You
out.
can't open any trades. You can only close trades. Yeah, you can only close trades for, I think it's 90 days or maybe indefinitely. I'm not sure.
Okay.
For
But,
Fidelity,
yeah,
I violated, it was 90 days.
Okay. You had a 90-day.
Until you top the count up over 25K.
Okay, so if I do violate it, I could just put in more money and I'll be okay.
Yeah, the PDT rule
Yeah.
is it applies if you have margin, then you must have 25K in liquid assets in the account, either things that you hold or cash.
Yeah, I'm aware of the P2 rule, but I'm wondering what happens if I violate it. Right? Like what are the consequences of violating
If
it?
you violate the PDT rule, most brokers will give you a one-time courtesy account reset. So you'd have to talk to the risk department, but usually they'll only do that once for you.
Okay. All right.
So they'll give you a freebie. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean I could try that out, right? I could put in 10K into an account, run the Condor Martingale on it with we set it up so that we can actually use the multi-leg, right? I'll run it with multi-leg, which I don't think violates PDT, right? Because I buy it and then it expires the next day, right? So I'm not day trading, I don't think, right? Yeah, I don't think that's day trading. I really don't, right? The reason
That's not day trade. It's not round trip in the same day.
right.
Yeah, no, that's not day trading if you let it expire. That's not a day trade.
Right. So I think that's fine. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to fund another account with 10K. And then I'm going to run in that 10K account this Martingale thing. And then in the 25 or whatever 30K account, however much I have in there, I'm going to run this new thing that we did. I think that's what I'm going to personally do. I guess to get that set up pretty soon. That way,
Are you gonna have, is this gonna be a cash account or a margin account? So why do you need the margin?
so it's going to be a rollover IRA account.
So you can't use margin, right? Or you can?
You can, yeah, you could do up to level 3 with a rollover IRA.
So my question is, why do you why do you need to use margin in the account?
Because we're doing condors. Condors need
Uh-huh.
condors need
And so what's the, yeah, so that's one of the things my question is about how, what is the so how do we calculate, how do we know how much margin we're using when we look at when we size the trade?
I think it's wing size is the thing. So you go wing size times 100 times the number of contracts. I think that's what it is. Actually, I was wondering about that too, by the way. We could actually do the math here. So I'm wondering if we're taking on too much margin. So let's say here, we started off, we did, yeah, sold and bought, right? This is, okay. So let's say here, 24 contracts. I think we have a wing size of 2. There's a butterfly actually. So this is strike 416. And then this is a 416 and then a 402. Why are there 2 puts here? Let me actually zoom in a little further. So I actually want to calculate just the margin that we're doing here. 423, 416, 409. So 16 minus 9, that's a 7. 16 plus 7 is 23. Okay, so we have 7 contracts, or sorry, wing size of 7. So 7 times 100 times 24 contracts. So 16,800 is the amount of margin that we're using in this particular trade right here. And this is a 35K account. So that 48, this could actually be higher if you think about it that way. 48% to trade. We could set this to just like 90. Why not, right? I guess our volatility will go through the roof. We'll definitely have bigger drawdowns and all that. But if we really want to optimize the returns on it, maybe that's the way to do it. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense? Jim?
I would like to put this, well, or maybe I'll do it over there, but we should be calculating this in the strategy and tracking it and stuff.
Yeah, we do. When in the butterfly one, we actually do that calculation. So when we look at percent to trade, it's not actually the percentage of the account, it's the percentage of the margin of the account, I think. Oh no, wait, portfolio value to risk. Yeah, portfolio value to risk. And then we go use that value. Yeah, divided by wing size divided by 100, right? That's how we calculate the quantity, right? So we are using that margin calculation in here, at least in the butterfly one. In the martingale one, no, but in the butterfly one, yes. Right, because the wing size is everything.
Hey, Robert, send me that main.py file for the martingale because I'm not getting good backtesting results from that May 2nd code.
Sure, I could send you that. I have it in Replit. Just shoot me a message on Discord, and I'll send over the exact file that I used.
Okay.
So Rob, can you go over the reason we can't run it in a larger retirement account? Like if you have an account that has a couple of 100,000 in it, can we just run it over that account instead of having a dedicated account? What would be the reason? What would be the risk in that?
So you mean, so instead of having a dedicated account for this strategy, you want to run this in your larger account?
Right. Or we can, I mean, even if we can just add to the code some kind of a protection. So if the loss of this bot goes beyond certain limit, it would stop trading. So kind of make the bot itself like an account, like put some protective measures in it to make sure that it won't go and kill the account. Right. Instead of just going and opening all these accounts and trying to run everything in these accounts. Is that something we can think about maybe for as a mini project in the future?
I would strongly suggest not to run this in a bigger account. I would very strongly suggest to have a dedicated account just for this, right? Because think about it like this way, right? Like there's strange consequences that can happen. One of them, for example, is this mechanism here. It's looking for anything with SPY and it's just going to sell it. So if you have this in a main account and you're holding on to SPY in your main account, it will just keep selling it, right? So it's like it's going to be messing that up. And there's all sorts of other weird things that could be happening in that code, right? So I would very strongly recommend that you have at least a dedicated account just for this, right? Like I wouldn't run this in a larger account, definitely not. And then in terms of making it stop automatically, I mean, yeah, I think we could do something like that, right? We can make it like if it's had a big drawdown over a period of time, we could do something like that. That's definitely doable.
That would be a good thing to do anyway, even if we have a dedicated account. That would be a good thing to do to protect the account. So even if we are sure we are back tested and everything, if the drawdown gets to certain level, we say okay, we stop trading. We won't go beyond that. That would be something maybe to think about too, and that could actually improve the results too in some ways.
Yeah, maybe. I mean that'll be an interesting thing to try out. Yeah, just like look for like a drawdown thing. If there's a certain amount of drawdown, step away for a while. I think that could give some good results. That makes sense to me.
Rob, I got a question regarding to the CI test.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So earlier we were discussing about this in our Discord channels, live algo trading. So you were explaining that you ran into some issues of with Polygon IO when you run the CI pipeline for these test cases. What were the issues you were talking about?
Maybe I should bring up that conversation. I vaguely
okay.
What this is about.
I see. Live algo trading, the last channel. Yeah.
Let me go live algo free. The last one, live algo building hour. This one.
I think so yeah. 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 So I was thinking about this. So because like us, we don't have the advanced Polygon data, right? So can we run the backtest on your server where those data are already cached onto your local server? So in that case, if we push a branch and it triggers a CI pipeline, the CI pipeline can run the script with our customized parameters, right? When it runs with custom parameter, it can, free us to do longer duration, tests. And we don't have to necessarily deal with the Polygon IO because the data used for tests are already, cached on your server. Let's say.
Yeah. When it comes to Polygon data, they're quite strict about this. And like they've actually given me like a lot of crap about this in the past. They wanted to charge me like $3,000 a month or something like that for a business data feed. And the only reason why I'm able to pay just $300 a month is because I'm using this for like my own purposes, like an education kind of, right?
Yeah.
But as soon as like, if you're trying to use the data in that fashion, then that would basically open me up to a lawsuit against Polygon, which that would not be good. So that's kind of
Okay.
technical reasons. There's other things too, but that's kind of like the main thing. Like if you want to run, use my API keys to run this stuff, like that'll get me in a lot of trouble.
I understand that. That's because if you distribute your API keys to a lot of different people who will run these tests at different IP locations, then Polygon IO will consider different users using the same API key. That's illegal, right? That's not right. But if everybody being running these CI tests on your server, then it is gonna be like you running these tests all the time, right?
That's still something that's frowned upon. They still wouldn't like that either, right? Because that's
Oh.
like again, it's a business use case in that way. Then there other people are using data like that. Like not only is it Polygon that could come after me for that, but it's also the people actually made the data. And really, those are the guys that are really the problem. What are those guys called again? Bots or whatever the heck they're called.
Well, there's different ones, depending on which particular data you're talking about.
Right.
But that does raise a question. What for the jobs that run on GitHub, is it re-downloading all the data for every test, or is there caching for the data?
As far as I know, it's re-downloading every time. Yeah.
I mean, if we were to try, if we were going to try and use the caching data, use the cache files to speed up the tests and stuff like that. I mean, that would be the place that we would do it if we did it. But yeah, it's not about being caught. It's about at least for me, I am a strict observer of all of the contracts, laws, and regulations that I interact with.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the terms of the Polygon license on having the personal non-professional license is very explicit. You can't share, that's why they tried to get Robert to pay gazillion dollars for just sharing this information, because it actually without that without that concession, he would have to have a professional, a business license.
Yeah, exactly.
Understood. Okay.
I would prefer not to get sued. Let's put it that way.
No.
They are quite strict about this. They have come after people like this before. So this wouldn't be, and they brought this up specifically to me. Like I actually had to get on the phone call with them and convince them otherwise, because they want to start charging me like a crazy amount of money for this.
But given that you've got whatever kind of unspecified exception, should you set up the bot so that it does run the caching on the test jobs? Because I mean, we probably do want to re-download from time to time, but for most of the jobs, unless it's about the caching specifically, we would rather use the cache data for like rerunning back tests and stuff.
Yeah,
Test code.
I think in that situation, what would be better is to make mock data.
That is true, but right now it is running, especially particularly on the Polygon, it is using using your API key.
Yeah, it is. It is. When it comes to that, it's an open source project, whatever. I don't think that's much of an issue. Maybe, I hope not, right?
Well,
caching the data is almost worse, right? Because if you cache the data, then you're like holding on to this data, whatever. That's like even more of a violation.
Well, it's unclear. So I am not, I am not immersed in the GitHub workflow stuff, but this would be an area that we could consider doing. And then the question is, okay, if we did put them in there, where exactly would they sit? But there are private file storage and all that kind of stuff in GitHub on team accounts and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me, I'd rather do mock data, right? Mock data will be fast. It's not using Polygon's data. There's absolutely no legal ramifications for making mock data. So I think that makes a lot more sense.
I understand that for the unit test, but we're talking about running the back tests.
I mean, same thing.
We ought to be because we ought to be running the back tests in the thing, not just the unit tests on the back test, but we ought to be running actual back tests in the tests.
Yeah.
It's
So-
getting late. We don't have to. Devo, I was just yeah. But yeah, the solution is to buy Polygon accounts. This is really our current best data provider. Like I said, I was all hustling to build an alpaca thing when I thought we were going to get unlimited alpaca options data, but that's not how it works.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But so yeah, I just applied for Tradier, so I guess I'm gonna have all the brokers.
Too.
It's easy to get an account with them, you know. It's especially if you say a cash account, they don't ask them any questions.
Well, that's the thing is I went ahead and clicked on margin because it seemed like you were using margin for all this stuff, but it's like, yeah, do I, I think my interactive brokers when I set it up without margin, but the Tradier when I asked for margin. So we'll see. Well, the margin's easy to come by. Actually, interactive brokers wasn't persuaded by my claim of options experience. I have to go take their online course if I want to get options.
You have to
I think maybe also I overreached as I think I asked for L4 on interactive brokers when I only need L3, right? So
really, what the heck? I've never
Well,
even.
there's 6 levels of they have 6 levels of options.
Yeah, I think that's standard 6 levels because Trader is the same way.
Yeah.
It's weird that they're making you take a course. I've never heard of that before.
Well, they were unpersuaded by my attestation of options experience, and so one of the ways to deal with that is that you can just go take their online course and then you can pass.
Okay. I wonder what triggered that. Strange.
I don't remember exactly how much options experience I put in. So I did trade options in 2020, but I bumped it up for Tradier.
Did you apply for portfolio margin account? For that they may be a little more strict, but just for option trading they usually don't ask you to take tests. Maybe it's a new thing. Maybe.
Yeah, like I say, for interactive brokers, it's a cash account. We'll see what Tradier does. I say I asked for margin on Tradier and the margins. Although I toned down the margins from L4 to L3, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh, I see. Okay. So maybe new things. Okay.
Maybe the SEC is trying to get worried about the amount of gambling people are doing with these 0 DTEs.
Yeah, well, you saw that's well, that was the thing from a couple weeks from the GameStop deal, right? The guy flat out said, "Yeah, I don't want retail traders playing these high volatility stocks. It's gambling. That's reserved for the rich guys."
Yeah, which is also kind of silly too, right?
It's not, well, silly is one word, hypocritical, corrupt, evil. There's a lot of adjectives you could apply.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so I agree and to some extent because like honestly, like I was on Twitter, for example, right? And there's for some reason people on Twitter they're like crazy about GameStop and like there's always like comments like would you hold it if it hit 1,000 per share, which right now it's at like 20, 30, 50, something like that. And someone unironically posted that he would hold until $3,000 a share. And I write to him and I'm like, haha, it's a funny joke. And he writes back to me and he's like, oh yeah, your bot account or something, stupid nonsense like that. I'm like, there's not a bot account. I'm like, honestly, good luck to you, but I pray for your, the value of the rest of your life. Like that is not a good idea. Like they're legitimately gambling, right? So I think, I mean, whether it's corrupt or not, maybe it is corrupt to some degree, but in some ways it's also protecting these people because that is quite stupid. You know what I mean? Like
Protecting them from what? They're not being protected. I mean, anyhow, we don't have to get into again.
Yeah.
It's getting late, but no, they're not what they're protecting is the right of the oligarchy on Wall Street to ensure that the most profitable game in town is reserved to them, and that people of ordinary means and of youth do not participate. Of course, not a problem for me, but I understand that there's legit injustice. I used to, as a recovering Ayn Rand objectivist, as so common disease of teenage high IQ boys, I was, equally radical on the other side, but I've had enough life experience to understand, no, the system is purposely and consciously corrupt in this way.
Yeah, maybe.
That's America. This is how we do things here. That's
Yeah.
why we have the highest gun death rate in the whole fucking world, and they want more.
Oh,
And
man.
guess what? Do you know the war on drugs and the drugs being illegal is unconstitutional? We know this because it required a constitutional amendment to ban alcohol, and then they got unbanned. And they say, we still want bad substances that are used by non-white people of poverty means. We want to make sure we can send them in jail. And we're going to do it even though we don't have the constitutional authority, which, again, as we see right now with the SEC, the way they're prosecuting a lot of this crypto stuff, even to the point of being find criminal actions in these some of these court cases. So that's why the head of the lady crypto thing, forget her name, she resigned last week, but they're putting another one in just like with the same policies. But yeah, they've gotten way out there, flat up illegal, unconstitutional. They don't have jurisdiction. It's not a security, blah blah blah. So,
yeah. Well, those are.
But I'm sticking with I'll go trade on Wall Street on the stocks, and say for me, options is the wild stuff. You all got me all getting radical into thinking I'm going to do options, even I don't know shit about them.
Well, maybe that makes you study and learn it, so that would be to your advantage, right?
Well, at the end of the day, I punch buttons. Numbers come and go. If it works, it works. If I don't understand, yeah. If it's profitable and I understand, great. If it's profitable and I don't understand, that's still great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Profit's the same.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever makes money, I guess, right? Speaking of which, this is a longer bag test of that whole situation. I think this is very interesting. Like, look, up until, it's still doing quite well, I guess, right? But it wasn't until this point right here that seemed to like have this really major kink. When did zero DTE options become a thing?
Well, they started in the end of 2022, right? But you can see
zero DTE options on SPY become possible. I wonder if that's the reason why this has become so profitable.
Started 2022.
So late 2022, so somewhere around here. And I guess it became more popular. Like I'm starting to think that the reason why this strategy is so profitable is because of all the people on the other side that are using zero DTs to gamble. Or gamble.
More liquidity. Yeah, it got more liquid. So that's the reason.
Yeah, liquidity, or they're just willing to pay more for them.
Volume.
Right.
Well, the size of this, presumably, and especially the rapid growth of the size of this is presumably, since this is very esoteric stuff for men on the street, and Robinhood traders and such. What you're talking about is algos. These are hedge funds, and so yeah,
maybe
that's where that was the number. We saw this like a week or two again, right? It's gone from 0 to 400 billion, 500 billion, whatever the number is. It's yeah, the size of this previously non-existent market has just been the growth has been wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does this compound the returns that we're making?
Does it?
Yeah, this one is, it uses a percentage. Yes, it's compounded. It's using a percentage of the account value for the sizing.
Because part of this, I mean, obviously it's exponentially higher at the end, but part of this could be scale where it looks like it's flat, but that first line is 500%.
Well, no, this is the logarithmically scaled here. Like
Oh, got it. Okay.
So like, well, I guess end of 2022, right? Again, late 2022. It's around when the 0DTs came out. That seems to be when this thing started to do well. I think that's the reason why. I honestly think that's the reason why this strategy works well.
But this is doing 1 DTE, right? It's not using the 0 DTE.
I think this is 0 DTE.
Yeah, this one was 0.
Yeah.
1 DT is the other, the condor.
So this is Mondays, and when the VIX is not too high.
Yeah,
right?
low.
This is actually really low. Yeah, it's
low, actually, very low.
That's really low weeks, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so in 2022, I mean, well, it didn't buy anything in 2020. So yeah, that's a very, I mean, it spends a lot of time at 20.
Yeah,
so,
that's why when we were looking at you know, the implied volatility, it was the same kind of thing though, right? It spent a lot of time at levels that we had bad experiences with, but it was actually really pretty much about when it got to those levels quick, you know, when it's accelerating, right? So you know, if it could probably trade more, like say with something that looked at the VIX velocity rather than just the level.
Yeah, that would be interesting too. We can try that out another time.
Yeah.
So that volatility thing we set up really high though. That was like 30, very, very high. That was because if you set that volatility of the actual what you're trading, you set it too low, then you don't get much premium on that. So because it's a, you know, the premium that you get is a function of volatility, right? The Vega actually is what contributes to the premium that you collect on that small time that you have. So it won't work really if you try to trade really low volatility at the same time, and that's only, you only have 1 day, so you don't have much data. All you have is really that Vega, and if you go really low on the volatility, there is not much to trade. There is not, you can't collect it for premium. So yeah, so that won't work.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, these numbers are pretty freaking wild. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do tonight after this call, and maybe we should start wrapping up. Yeah, November 2022. That actually tracks really well, by the way, November 2022. So where's November 2022? It's like right here. Like that's
So
exactly when this thing started to take off.
if that's the case, that's good news, because this is not gonna stop, right? It's gonna get even better. It's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be, because there's gonna be more and more of these algorithms, and there's gonna be more liquidity, and so it's going to enhance the results. Even though if you look at it, the volatility in it starting 24, it's getting a little bit more. It's going a little crazier. So, but in 23, it's done really smooth. It's gone up really smooth. So
Yeah.
So
yeah. So I wonder if it makes sense. I mean, if this thing was back tested, you know, from 22, maybe this is the more appropriate back test, because this is actually it's a regime change, right? Because we now have this new thing called 0DTE options that started around this time. So maybe this is the more realistic expectation. It's the 450%. Maybe.
Well, so in order to do more effective stress testing on this, need to be able to generate synthetic data to construct future scenarios where what does it look like in different economic conditions when this does exist, right? Rather than just trading on the same historical sample. So that's what we yeah. So I have big dreams, solve all the problems with code, but not going to have it this week.
Yeah, that's a good idea, though. I like that idea. Make some synthetic.
Yeah, well, there's a serious problem with building systems around the same sample. P hacking and the overfitting and all this kind of stuff. This is what actually happens to people who do this at a large scale. And you need to have high quality back tests and that actually look at the future and against, that are more robust for modeling, unknown times, is you need to make changes to the data to remove aspects that are idiosyncratic. So that's what the big boys do. There's also a couple of these, there's some algorithm hedge funds out there, like Numer AI, and there's another one somebody shared with me just the other day. They've been around for a long time. And so when you look at how they run those arenas and run competitive algo trading, they massage the data. Basically, what are you using? Privacy techniques so that the algorithms are, even though they're trained on real data, things that are, you could say that can be idiosyncratic to historical things, those are removed and hidden. So the algorithms, you don't say, oh yeah, so there's a spy, but that isn't what it's called, and this kind of thing, right? So,
yeah.
But yeah, we're still at kind of an early stage here on the development of the code here.
Yeah. Well, one way to check it, just run it. Like that's a simple way to do it. Just run in paper trading.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. I want to understand. We should want to be calculating what are the actual risk profiles of these trades and be able to see what they are and put limits on those. And like Ali was saying, we want to be able to put on guardrails and circuit breakers, because it's more, if especially with margin and all this leverage and multipliers, if you got you could have a massive loss that wipes out the whole thing, and it's not going to recover, right? So
yeah,
we want to know. I want to be able to understand exactly, calculate exactly what the risk is before the trades are made, and be able to set my personal limits.
Yeah, I agree. That's also why I like this butterfly more than the martingale, because I feel like the chance of exploding is less. Because it's not going to.
Yeah, the martingale. I mean, well, it's in the name, so
yeah,
it's a pretty crazy strat to be running without some more sophisticated and algorithmic guarantees about what you're doing.
yeah. Well, I mean, in my mind, what makes a lot of sense is just don't put a ton of money into it. Right? Like I wouldn't do that with my life savings. I think that's incredibly reckless and stupid. You know what I mean? But to do it with a less amount of money, like for me, putting in 10K, like what if a 10K account blew up, I wouldn't be happy, but it's not like the end of the world for me. You know what I mean? So I think
Well, one thing you don't want is a 10K account blown up into a $30,000 or $40,000 liability. This is I think is the concern if you're, right?
yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know enough about it to know when or when not that's not actually possible. So
In a cash account, it won't let you. In a retirement account, I don't think it lets you. It will go beyond what you have in the account. You could just blow the account to zero. But I mean, who wants to do that anyway? I mean, if you have 10K, you don't want it to go to zero. Definitely, you don't want it to.
Yeah, that's yeah.
This is the problem. It can go.
Yeah, I mean the value in retirement account.
But if you have cash account, you cannot do spread. You cannot do butterfly or anything because that requires spread, require margin.
Right. Yeah, you get that. Yeah, that's true. It has to be a margin.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I got a question. You talked about the 10K account, but I thought you had to have like 25K for like a options for you trading daily.
Well, I mean, that's the debate, right? Like I actually want to test that out because the Condor Martingale, I don't think is day trading. I'm quite sure it's not because it's only buying and then holding to expiry. So how is that day trading?
True.
You know, because especially it's buying today and then it expires tomorrow. It's a 1 DTE as well, right? So it's like I fail to see how that's day trading. So I actually want to try that. That's why I'm saying a 10K account as opposed to a 30K account. It's not because I'm cash constrained. It's because I want to actually test that. I want to actually see if the 10K account violates the PET rule or not. That's why I want to do that personally.
Yeah, that for sure is not day trading.
Yeah. I don't think it is. I don't think the Condor Martingale is day trading. This butterfly is. This is definitely day trading, right? But the Condor, I don't think so. You know? And I think with these modifications to the butterfly, I don't even know if this is violating a PDT rule either, because we're only trading Mondays and very low vol days. I guess if you have low volatility the whole week, maybe you would violate it, right? But I guess it would actually in that situation. But I think we'd still modify this thing to not be day trading. But yeah, the Condor Martingale, I don't think it is. As far as everything that I understand about day trading with options, it is not day trading.
Okay, and then that's a good thing then.
Well, Charles Schwab says if you a 0 DTE is a day trade.
Well, like just buying it by itself. Like you'd have to like buy it and sell it, right? You have to
Well,
Well,
I
I
don't
guess
know.
it comes down to if letting it expire constitutes selling.
Right.
If
If
they
it
consider
expires,
that selling, then yeah, it's day trading. If they
Well, so-
consider that not selling, then not. Like you gotta find.
So the words of Charles Schwab right here from their administrative note is that if it expires worthless, then it will not be a day trade. But if it does close with value, it is. That's Charles Schwab's position. It's not that's their administrative note interpreting the law, the regulation.
So these we'll be trying to get them to expire 0. So then they wouldn't be day trade.
So here's what
If you close them, then they won't be 0. They will be very small amount. So that would be day trade.
Yeah. So here's what Latoya sent from Google NASDAQ, directly from the people actually managing this stuff. If you open and close a 0 DT option, it will count as a day trade. That makes sense. Meaning it is recommended to have at least 25K in your account to avoid the pattern day trading rule. However, buying or selling a 0 DTE option and letting it expire does not count as a day trade. Because that's what it's doing. That's what Condor Martingale is doing. Yeah.
Right. But so what this shows though is it's going to be dependent on your broker, right? This is a new enough thing. And Charles Schwab's, their administrative interpretation is it's only not a day trade if it expires worthless.
That's weird.
It matters if the account you're doing this in is Charles Schwab, because that's how they interpret it. So you're gonna have to find out from Tradier and whoever else how they actually do it.
Interesting. Okay, maybe it's worth an email.
Just ask Chat GPT and see what it says.
Yeah, but it sounds
that is not no, do not do that.
Yeah, it sounds like a per broker.
Although, well, if you want to hear the answer you want to hear, that is the place to ask. It will tell you what you want to hear.
That's my argument. I'm going to tell them Chat GPT told me it does not expire.
Because that works so well for those lawyers, right?
Yeah. And then I'm going to ask Chat GPT to talk to them, and they're going to tell me.
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
In that new
use a new voice.
Yeah, exactly.
In Scarlett Johansson's voice.
Well, at that point of levity, I think we will probably let Robert move along. It's I'm on the West Coast, so it's not past my bedtime. But
Man, I miss doing this class on the West Coast. It was so much easier. I did it like 5 o'clock. We were done by like, what was it? Done by like 9, 10 is amazing,
yeah, you ought to get out here, and this is the epicenter, and there's all kinds of money sloshing around. So
Absolutely. I'm definitely doing that. We're gonna start applying to a lot of these incubators and VCs. So with any luck, we'll be in the Bay Area by January.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very cool. All right, guys.
Hey, 2 months ago, you wanted to go to Florida. What happened?
Oh, I still want to go to Florida. Definitely still want to go to Florida. But
I mean, to permanently live there, I thought.
Yeah. I would like to live in Florida permanently, like in the long term. But the Bay Area would be like a maybe 1 or 2 year excursion or something.
Gotcha.
Really just for the business, because it's like such a good place. Like I would love to just move out there, meet a bunch of like really good VCs, build some good relationships, set some incubators, and then get out of there and go move to Florida for the rest of my life. That's what I'd like to do.
No. Once we get you out here to the West Coast, then you're going to discover Washington State, which no state income tax. Yeah, it's paying 50% state income tax and no capital gains exception is pretty freaking painful, let me tell you.
I live in Canada.
Florida is the same way. Isn't Florida the same way, Stacy?
Yep.
Yeah.
No income tax. But everything else is high. It's like property here is crazy. Insurance is high.
Insurance, I bet.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk about property insurance. We have all these. They thanks to PG&E, they set all these towns on fire, burned up all these communities, and killed all these people. And so all the property insurers, especially for manufactured housing, to say, heck no, we don't care where you are. We ain't insuring that and stuff. It's just going to burn.
That makes sense.
So, yeah, insurance rates are pretty crazy here.
Yeah.
I know, like now here in Florida, it's hot already because tomorrow is supposed to get up to like the 94, 95 tomorrow. So
that is
hot. Yeah.
That is very hot. Yeah, I mean, for me, my ideal situation would be I live in Toronto over the summertime, and I live in Florida over the wintertime. I do the snowbird thing. That is my perfect situation to live in. I mean,
that does sound pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I got a friend who lives in Florida, and he's constantly sending me, look at this piece of property. It's so cheap. You ought to come out here.
Compared to the Bay Area, especially, absolutely. Bay Area is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that's nuts.
Okay, all right.
All right. I gotta go.
Good night, everyone.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Robert.